Ladies and gentlemen, can you take your seats, please? So, who had a good lunch? So, can we give a warm round of applause for Tina Coombs? Tina made a lot of effort this morning to come here on time, battle with the traffic. So thank you, Tina. Tina is one of our UPF UK trustees, so we're very grateful. Thank you. So welcome, everyone. This is traditionally our year-end event. We call it the Peace Council, which is a grandiose name, but it means kind of drawing together all the different elements of UPF in the UK's work and talking a little bit about maybe what's happening internationally, but also looking back on what happened this year and also thinking about next year. We've got some plans already laid out for next year, but with your help, your suggestions, if you have some inspiration when you hear the different presentations, and particularly when we talk about next year, please let us know. We'll try to collaborate, incorporate. This is a great opportunity. And also want to welcome all those joining from online, because we have a number of people from different countries and different parts of the UK who are joining us today, and also downstairs. Actor is doing the raffle downstairs. She's joining us also on Zoom. So she's also a UPF UK trustee. So we're also grateful for what she's doing. So our first point of order is what happens if there's an emergency? Well, because we meet outside on the pavement if we can go down the stairs. If we don't go down the stairs, and this hasn't happened in 30-odd years that I've been here, then we go through, we lift the window, and there's a big balcony just out there. We assemble there. Much easier for anyone to help us to escape. So toilets are one floor up or in the basement. And we'll be having a break around 3 o'clock. So that over with, we'd like now to start with an introduction to UPF, but it's the Universal Peace Federation International. But it sets, we're in a sense part of an international NGO. So we follow a lot of the initiatives of the international UPF. So let's hear about the international UPF. Is that going?
UPF had its inaugural assembly on September 12, 2005 at the Lincoln Center in New York City. Reverend Sun Myung Moon delivered the keynote address.
In closing, I ask you to devote your best efforts for the development and the success of the Universal Peace Federation. Thank you. Thank you.
After UPF was founded, there was a series of world tours where the message of UPF was taken literally to every corner of the world.
That it is time for all nations and religions to break down their barriers. Through this, the era of one family under God will arrive and last forever.
UPF is God's cherished hope, The founders spoke repeatedly of an international peace highway connecting the world from Santiago, Chile to London, across the Bering Strait, what has come to be known as the Peace Road, and a vision for a renewed United Nations. UPF emerged on the foundation of decades of programs initiated by its founders and carried out in all parts of the world. Its growth and development over the past 15 years has been dramatic, if not miraculous, owing in large part to the work of tens of thousands of ambassadors for peace, peace activists, and volunteers who draw from all nationalities, religions, ethnicities, cultures, and traditions, bound together by a vision of peace, a vision of humanity as one global family under one God. The range of programs over the years has been both broad and expansive, from character education to strengthening the family, from conflict prevention to conflict resolution, from poverty reduction to environmental stewardship, from interfaith dialogue to youth service initiatives, from support of the United Nations to partnerships with the African Union, and a wide range of international organizations and NGOs. UPF has a global, multinational, multi-faith network of more than 100,000 ambassadors for peace who support and contribute to the mission and works of UPF. UPF's highest award, the Leadership and Good Governance Award, has been given to distinguished leaders the world over. The World Summit Series is UPF's flagship program involving the highest level of leaders from around the globe, including current and former heads of state and government, to address the critical challenges facing humanity.
Very appropriate that we're here on the 100th anniversary of Reverend Moon's birth, because out of the devastation of World War II and the Korean War, he and his bride found the courage to dream that they could achieve something. And it is amazing what they have created together.
Programs have been successfully held in Korea, the USA, Senegal, South Africa, Nepal, Cambodia, and other nations. The most recent structural innovation within UPF has been the creation of a set of associations dedicated to collaboration among leaders from various fields. These pillar associations are: the International Summit Council for Peace was initiated by UPF co-founder Dr. Hak Jahan Moon in 2019 on the occasion of World Summit 2019 in Seoul, Korea. ISCP is an international network of current and former heads of state and government. The International Association of First Ladies, IAFLP, a project of the ISCP, affirms and uplifts the unique role of First Ladies in contributing to peace and development. IAFLP brings together current and former First Ladies from throughout the world, drawing upon their experience and wisdom as women leaders and as role models who serve their countries in significant ways. The International Association of Parliamentarians for Peace, IAPP, is a worldwide association of parliamentarians which provides a forum to bring their experience and wisdom to bear in the search for solutions to our world's problems. UPF maintains that any successful strategy for peace must take into account the spiritual dimension of our human identity, experience, and interactions. Based on this worldview, UPF initiated the Interreligious Association for Peace and Development, IAPD. The International Media Association for Peace, IMAP, represents a worldwide professional network of journalists who support a socially responsible and moral media. IMAP recognizes the vital role that journalists play in providing objective reporting to foster an informed citizenship. The International Association of Academicians for Peace, IAAP, is a global interdisciplinary academic initiative aimed at contributing toward the realization of a world of lasting peace. IAAP is dedicated to building professional networks for academicians to foster a world of peace. The International Association for Peace and Economic Development, IAED, affirms the role of businesses, business leaders, and investors to make the world a better place. In early 2020, UPF convened a rally of hope featuring dignitaries including Pastor Paula White, Cambodia Head of State His Excellency Hun Sen, President Macky Sall of Senegal, former Canadian Prime Minister Stephen Harper, former US Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich, former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, and many others.
I believe that the Universal Peace Federation and its a broad set of partnerships in the realms of politics, religion, academia, media, economy, arts, women and youth serve as a good model. I believe the Universal Peace Federation will become a cornerstone to build lasting peace around the world and a heavenly unified Korea based on interdependence, mutual prosperity, and universal values.
Celebrating 15 years, UPF will continue to grow through service, dialogue, and collaboration, guided by its spiritual and moral vision of one family under God.
So that gives a good overview. What I particularly like is this multi-sectoral approach, this approach of focusing on not just one area, but focusing on a broad set of partnerships. As the former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon said, having these broad set of partnerships in different areas of society, then you reach out in many different ways. And if you have a peace activity, then it will have many components to it. It won't just be unidimensional. It won't just be politicians, but you'll have civil society. You'll have culture, arts, women's groups. You'll have all kinds of other organizations, media, academics, all supporting the same reconciliation, the same activities of peacemaking. So, in a sense, that sets a good foundation for introducing UPF as a whole. I'm inviting Margaret to come up. Because
Hello, everyone.
I've said welcome.
Very nice to see you all. Yeah, okay.
So, would you like to introduce Saima? Or should I read? I'll read the formal bit and you can So, Dr. Saima Nias is a UPF UK patron, and she's going to be our next speaker. She's a distinguished fellow of the Pakistan Physician and Surgeons and a certified specialist in general audit psychiatry from the UK, is a dedicated mental health professional with a wealth of experience in clinical practice, research, and education. And she's been working a lot with...
And I will tell you what Saima is. She is a great woman. She is a great helper of all people, but particularly UPF. We really honor her. Come and say a few words, my darling.
Thank you, Robin. Thanks, Margaret. And good afternoon, everyone. I'll start with, as Henry Ford said, wisely said, coming together is a beginning. Staying together is progress. And working together is success. So good afternoon again, all esteemed guests, chairs, Keith Best, and friends, partners in peace. As patron of the Universal Peace Federation and an ambassador for peace, it is my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to the Universal Peace Federation UPF Peace Council today. Today we are going to reflect on the strides made in 2024 and plan for the even brighter future in 2025. The 2024 has been an inspiring journey for us all, especially personally for me. I am greatly thankful to Keith Best, Robin Marsh, General Secretary, Margaret Ali, Director of UPS, for accepting me as patron. It's a great responsibility, and I'm honored to have it. And during 2024, we have not only worked together in the UPF, connecting communities, empowering young achievers, and also tackling pressing issues. Under Robin and Margaret's leadership, we as community together started impactful initiatives, as already mentioned, women's group, engaging with MPs, writing to the MPs about violence against women, gender equality, and many other issues, taking it to the House of Lords, and I'm very proudly saying that I was involved with these activities, and I'm hoping to continue with that. I must acknowledge all trustees, directors of UPF, and chairs for supporting this journey. And as we are going to hear from our inspiring speakers today, I'm not going to take much of your time. Just again, to express my gratitude for the UPF, the work they have been doing, and encouraging all of you here in this room and online who are listening to us, please get involved. There is lots of information available on the website how to get involved and contribute towards your own personal, professional development, also towards the community. And thank you for your dedication. Thank you for being here. And thank you for believing in the power of peace. Thank you so much.
So during the program, we'll be hearing from many different
Hello, everybody. Please accept my deep apologies for being unable to be with you at this most important assembly of UPF in 2024. Fumiko and I are up visiting our communities in the north of England. It was just too far to come back. But last week I had the privilege to be with many of you at a very important event in the House of Lords, hosted by Baroness Sandy Verma, with the support of our patrons and chair and all the great UPF team. Of Of course, the topic was the prevention of violence against women and girls. It's an urgent crisis in our nation, and much more so around the world. But this week, however, the world media has been riveted by the fact of the fast-moving developments in South Korea. As you know, President Yoon declared emergency martial law, and just a few hours later, the members of parliament successfully voted against it, and he had to cancel. But the repercussions still spread. Now, we might ask, why does this matter to us here in the UK, thousands of miles away? But the fact is, the division of Korea casts a long shadow over international relations, not just in Asia, but all the way here to Europe. Of course, we're well aware of Kim Jong-un's nuclear saber rattling, but we also hear that North Korean troops are in Europe fighting against Ukraine. And meanwhile, even though South America is an important ally of the West, its relationships with its neighbors and allies, especially Japan, are at an all-time low. And now we see that the country itself is not all that stable. Well, as you know, for years, UPF and our allies have been working and praying for a permanent peace on the Korean Peninsula, and indeed, a reunification of these divided nations. To that end, our UK chapter held several important webinars and programs during 2024, and our founder, Mother Moon, the Mother of Peace, has said that 2025, which is the 80th anniversary of the division of Korea, presents a great opportunity for this to take place. Well, these are just some of the many projects that UPF UK is working on. Thank you all for your support, and let's work harder and give more generously so that we can do even better in 2025. Thank you so much.
So we share an office with Dr. Balcom, and so he's always very encouraging. One thing that he's transferring there is this message about the Korean Peninsula. And UPF, in a sense, is firmly rooted in its founding from the Korean Peninsula, although we work quite strongly with the United Nations as well. But one of our major goals is how to bring peace and, in the future, reconciliation and unification on the Korean Peninsula. And that will need it will need this multi-sectoral approach. But it's why they're engaging with the Asia-Pacific Union and this idea of a group of nations who can reach out to North Korea and nations that can reach and are friendly with South Korea as well, and bringing them into this peacemaking process. So one of Mother Moon's goals is, how can we bring a message of peace to a third of the world? And because she said that, and I spoke to Ian earlier in the week. So Ian Pelham-Turner is someone whose broadcasts reach 1 billion people every week. That's quite an amazing feat. So he's a television broadcaster and journalist with 58 years experience. During these days, he's specializing in commenting on the royal family. So whenever something happens on the royal family, he's often being featured and asked many questions. He's also a political commentator on Sky 585. And he's on a show called Talking Politics, which has a 1 billion-plus audience across the world. So as a royal commentator, he advises broadcasters across the world on royal family activities. So let's welcome Ian Pelham-Turner. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Is it on? You can hear me? Oh, yeah. Here we go. First rule of broadcasting, always be comfortable. Because you never know what questions are going to get thrown at you by anybody at any time. And so it is always so important. Today, part of what I wanted to talk about is messaging. Messaging is so important. Media messaging is so important these days as well. it really has to have traction, it has to have resonance at all times. Because basically, if you can get the right traction, the right messaging, then you can literally go across the world. So I thought I would start off by just talking about one of the times when the royal family asked me, there's a drop, anyway, royal family asked me to try and save a situation. Oh, bless you. Thank you so much. And this happened when Prince George was being born. And it was the first photographs of Prince George that went out across the world. And the photographs, instead of being taken by a professional photographer, were taken by Kate's father on his iPhone. And I was asked by NBC, which is the largest channel in America, to actually give a commentary on these photographs. And these photographs suddenly turned up on screen, and they were dreadful. They were out of focus, the lighting was bad, the dog, Lupo, at that time looked like it was just about to be sick, and these are supposed to be the official photographs for entirely around the world. And at the time, Ziggy, who was the head of NBC Europe, and I won't sort of say the exact word she called me, but she said, "Okay, Mr. Smart, so-and-so, what are you going to say about this then?" And so I dodged around the question for a little while, and then as I'm coming out of NBC, the BBC are ringing me, and so for the next 7 hours I'm working with the BBC with all the channels across the world. And all that time, basically, I was getting another call from a friend of mine who is the royal commercial consultant to the Queen. And he was pleading with me, for goodness sake, find anything to do with these photographs, because the whole world is in meltdown over these photographs. They're terrible. We know they're terrible. The Queen is very upset, and can you actually sort of change anything at all? So as I was going through from one BBC channel to the next, they were just saying, you can't say these photographs are good. They're terrible. How on earth do the royal family allow this type of thing to happen? And so I then get 2 hours sleep, and then the following morning I'm picked up again to go to Good Morning Britain, and arrive at Good Morning Britain, and the same thing was happening again. For goodness sake, do not say anything good about these photographs. And they actually went through all the different things that they thought were bad. We then go on air, and now they're telling me on air how bad these things are. But in the meantime, I'm still resonating with all the messages that I'd got from the different sections of media, from the royal family perspective as well, saying, for God's sake, find anything at all. And so this is where messaging can then really sort of change and challenge a perception. So I then looked at the photographs, and I thought there's only one thing good about these photographs. So then, I was introduced to Ian Pelham Turner. I actually photographed Prince William's first Christmas baby shoot. I was a commissioned royal photographer as well. And they said, you can't say these photographs are good. This is on air now. You can't say these photographs are good. They're out of focus. They're backlit. They're muzzy. They look terrible. And I said, in total contradiction, I said, I understand there are technical issues with these photographs. But then I said, only a father could take the look of love in Kate's eyes. Even the camera crew went, ah. And I thought, I've done it. I've changed the perception of these photographs. Within 20 minutes, that message had trended right across the world. Every major TV network in the world was using only a father could take the look of love in Kate's eyes. And so it's very important to get messaging right in the first place. And when you sort of do so, the reality is that people like myself, we have what we call a fast brain. I'm not clever. I always tell people, don't think I'm clever, because I'm not in any way, shape or form. No, I'm not clever. But I have what's called a fast brain. So what a fast brain is for a broadcaster means that as I'm being questioned on a question, the information is going into my head, but the respondents is coming out of my mouth at the same time. So I have this indelible link that actually sort of changes, and perceptions as well. And I think it's very, very important these days, when you're looking at media and media messaging. It's the type of thing that what I say nowadays is that what messaging is really all about is listening to the listener, not putting out the verbal, I guess I'll call it garbage from sort of some political parties at the moment, thinking they can get away with murder because they can't. People are seeing through it. And at the moment, we're watching Keir Starmer's ratings go through the floor right now because people don't believe him. And so perception of messaging has to be believable, has to be trustworthy at the same time. And so basically, what I look at is what are the futures? And what's the future for UPF? Now, to give you a guideline, very similar to UPF is the Sky channel I work for called Sky 585. It's called Love World. It's a Christian channel. And basically, that they now put out a program that I work on called Talking Politics. And that goes out each Monday to a global audience of 1 billion. It's massive. It's absolutely massive. UPF have the same type of audience in the first place, and I think we could actually hopefully increase the messaging and the values of UPF at the same time. When you look at channels like this, basically, what is the future of television as well? So the future of television is happening so quickly that even I'm 73 now, and I always consider myself a dinosaur in this industry. So I always tell people, the technologists, you do whatever you want to do behind the camera. All I can do is stand in front of the camera and talk. But the technology now is incredible. So the technology now, for example, I work with 3 TV channels in America. So I work with NBC, which is the largest TV channel. I work with Fox Media. We've done 85 stories for Fox Media this year, so it's been a massive undertaking from that. And I also work with a company called USA Global TV as well, which is really it's a streaming channel that goes right across America. But a couple of years ago, we then looked at, and I don't know whether anybody knows what fast channels are, but fast channels are one of the futures, or they're one of the current futures, I should say, of television. So fast channels are things like Samsung TV, Apple TV, and the like, because that's what people are watching now. People aren't watching sort of the boxes in their lounges anymore. They're watching it on things like their phones. And so, again, what we do nowadays is that our royal show, which goes out each week, called the Royally Rich Lifestyle Show, goes out to this audience, not only right across America and on fast channels as well, but in Britain, it's done by ALB UK TV, which is a Central and East European channel. And it goes out on 6 satellites across their channels as well. So so messaging is very, very important, always to get it correct and liked for the future. And how do you do that? Basically, I think with UPF is one sort of talking point. I think the reality at the moment is that, they are very good at what they're doing right now. But as I know, you can always do better. And what is my ambition for UPF in 2025? That's to actually capitalize on experiences with people like myself and actually get the 1 billion audience. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Is that every single time, a program is shot in any way, you could get a 1 billion audience or even more. Now, let me just tell you something else about how TV works these days as well. So Sky 585, as I say, it's a Christian channel. Every 6 weeks, they do a healing weekend. This is when the bishop who runs the channel does blessings, he does healings, he does all sorts of issues. Now, on that weekend, they get a 7 billion audience. 7 billion. It's massive. It goes out on 7,000 languages simultaneously, and they have 60,000 operators right across the world translating those messages as it is spoken. And so, the value of the power of television, the power of messaging is so important these days in people's lives. And I think, where we are at the moment, a lot of this can be sort of really created. It is not such a hard thing to actually do. And now I look to the future. So to me, basically good media is all about forward planning. Looking ahead all the time, what's going to be the issues? What is going to be the things that people want to talk about? And how can organizations like UPF actually listen to that and work with it? So I think part of the situation is what we do right now with our other channels is we get regular feedback right across the world from people who are watching the shows in order to actually ascertain from them, what do they want? It's all very well putting out information that an organization wants, but will it be listened to? I want people to listen to everything that I say because it comes from the heart as well. And I think the reality is that basically now putting out regular feedback opportunities so that people who are part of UPF, for example, can actually listen and react to what's happening, I think is a very, very important thing. And peace to me is very important as well because last year I was involved, I was in Beirut. And I was asked really to come in and help to set up Peace TV in Lebanon. And as you can imagine, at that time, this was before any Israeli interventions were happening. Basically, I not only met all the sort of the major representatives, the government and so forth, I was taken to meet Hezbollah, because it was very important that everybody should be involved in something like this. I was taken to the US Embassy in Beirut as well to actually talk to the ambassador to see how they could sort of contribute at the same time. The reality was everybody wanted to contribute because they all wanted peace. They all wanted peace. And I think the reality, with peace now is that the shame of it all, and the thing that really gets to me, even now, I was taken to meet Hezbollah, and basically I get a military group that surround me that are Hezbollah military as well, and I'm taken to a particular enclave. And in that one small enclave, there were 20,000 people living in that one enclave. And my fear is that if someone dropped a bomb on them, 20,000 would be dead because they live so close together. And we were taken to this house, and there was this group of 20 people. And there was this table, and it was groaning with food, absolutely groaning with food. And then it transpired that they hadn't eaten for 3 days so that they could put food on the table. Now that got to me. And then basically I met this 15-year-old girl, and she was learning English. So she was trying out her English at me, and I was saying to her, well, what do you want to do with your life? And she looked at me, and she looked straight to me, and she said, I want to become a pilot. And I was thinking, I just hope you stay alive. I just hope you stay alive to be able to do that. And that face haunts me because I look at what's going on in Lebanon right now, and I want to go back. I hope we will be allowed to go back. At the moment, we're banned, from doing anything like it. But I think it's so important that people like myself can use our skill bases to actually contribute to the future of any country. And when I look at, what's going on at the moment across the world, I just feel we have to make change. Not we should make change, we have to make change. And so I just finish up by saying, I hope I might have sort of put some thoughts into people's heads this afternoon, because it is so important that messaging captures how you feel in your hearts right now. What have you got in your heads, and how you can actually express that knowledge right across the world. Thank you.
So thank you. Do you want to come this way?
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Well done.
Thank you. I love that about messaging and the authenticity, I think, of messaging is amazing. But thank you, wise words. Thank you. I'd like to invite another wise man. A lot of wise men and women here today. We're very grateful for that. But Keith Best is the chair of our UPF UK Board of Trustees. He's a former MP. He has an amazing set of experiences. He was with the paratroopers at one time. He abseiled down St. Guy's Hospital main tower for charity to raise money. I can't see, but it's great. He has amazing experiences in his life of traveling as well, across Europe and Iran, I seem to remember. I'm not sure how far you got beyond Iran. All the way to Singapore. All the way to Singapore. So he has all these experiences behind him. But we'd like to welcome him now to come and address us. Thank you.
Well, Robin, dear friends, thank you very much. All the secrets are out. That's terrible. First of all, it's wonderful to see so many people here, and also everybody online as well. And it's really an important occasion. We come together for one single purpose. All of us here in this very troubled world think there are ways of doing things better. That we don't actually have to have this conflict, we don't have to have the bloodshed, the terror, the starvation, and there are ways of doing that better. And frankly, that is an aspiration in the whole world as well. It's just that people don't know how to go about doing it. And one of the things that we try to concentrate on is finding ways of doing that and promulgating that, sending that message to people. There is a better way, and there is a journey through which you can go to get to that nirvana, to get to that special land. Well, anyway, Robin has asked me to speak about the global vision for the UK, which is going to be difficult in just a few minutes, which is all I've got. But let me say this, the global role and influence of the UK has changed immeasurably over the last 80 years. That's just one generation, and more than of any other comparable country. In 1944, we and our allies were on the brink of winning the Second World War and still possessed an empire, the largest of any colonial power in history, on which the sun never set. It was the result of British dominance of the seas and a sense of adventurism akin to other colonial powers, but unlike them, was based on trade and did not seek to impose an alien religion or social practice and other customs on the established ones that were there. And maybe that is why it lasted for so long. It's a key to its longevity. But in these days of woke reinterpretation of history, I commend to you Sir Neil Ferguson's book, Empire, How Britain Made the Modern World. Yes, colonialism was exploitative, often marred by the slave trade and had unpleasant effects. But a more lasting legacy is the voluntary association of former colonies in the Commonwealth. And we should remember that 15 of those Commonwealth countries still retain the British monarchy as their head of state. And also, on top of that, the systems of democracy and bureaucracy based on the separation of powers, as well as the export of engineering, the railways, and other aspects of British life. But under the terms of the Treaty of Versailles, signed in 1919 at the conclusion of the First World War, the empire reached its greatest extent with the addition of 1.8 million square miles and 13 million new subjects. Perhaps, though, through arrogance and self-satisfaction, as well as political mishandling, the American colonies were lost in 1783, and the same maladroit refusal to adapt or appreciate alternative aspirations led to the loss of Ireland between the wars, as well as rumblings in other parts of the empire, such as Egypt and India. I mentioned 1944 as the zenith, but the Second World War left Britain essentially bankrupt, with insolvency only averted in 1946 after the negotiation of a $3.75 billion loan from the United States. Within 5 years, India had gained independence and the British mandate for Palestine was terminated. In 1956, the Suez Crisis diminished Britain's reputation and influence even further. Malaya was given independence in 1957, and in the 1960s came the wind of change. Britain's remaining colonies in Africa, except for self-governing Southern Rhodesia, as it then was, were all granted independence by 1968. Well, in 1962, and you've probably heard this many times before, Dean Acheson, the Secretary of State under the Truman administration, claimed that Great Britain had lost an empire but had not yet found a role. And arguably, that is still true today. So, what is the role? Well, the Prime Minister, only this week at the Mansion House, asserted that it is not in the national interest to choose between our closest ally, the USA, and Europe, and that we need both. Achieving that, however, may be more difficult if the so-called special relationship, which I think exists more in aspiration than in reality, is put under strain through tariff barriers or bullying tactics. What is the legacy which also points to what influence the UK can exert in this now much changed multipolar world? The widespread use of English, albeit heavily nuanced by America, democracy, although now inferior here in many respects to other more sophisticated and advanced democratic systems, they're obvious, as is the rule of law, in which government ministers here can be found wanting in the courts, as well, of course, as a comparative but significant lack of corruption and ability to cling to power. Despite recent threats to it, there remains a freedom of expression and lack of interference in private life by government, and agencies, as well as the government itself, that is the envy of many others. We decided some time ago against ID cards and the extra authoritative powers that often accompany them. Then there is that often ill-defined soft power of a sense of tolerance, impartiality, due consideration before action, and of fair play, as well as the famous British sang-froid. We are resilient, and it takes much to rouse us, whereas even as close as the continent of which we are a part, angered people take to the barricades at seemingly little comparative provocation. These are the secrets to Britain's role: the ability to broker difficult situations with a sense of impartiality and of understanding that the durability of arrangements comes from both sides feeling that something has been gained rather than winner takes all, giving rise to lasting, seething resentment. The Treaty of Versailles, which I mentioned, and others, should certainly teach us the unfortunate legacy of what happens if we do not adopt that more comparative view. It's important that, being small, the UK really comes to mind that it is small and recognises that, and we also make sure that we carry influence in the world. Now, we carry a reputation and an ability to find solutions which may evade others. Unlike others, though, we do not bemoan the loss of empire. We live with it without trying to recreate it through main force. So I feel that we are essentially a people at ease with itself. And even though now we know there are many, many tensions in modern life, we are probably one of the last countries to be regarded as ripe for revolution. Perhaps it is anomalous, but as a member of the Permanent Five in the UN Security Council, we treat our position responsibly. Indeed, we've supported a limitation on the use or threatened use of the veto. After the bloodiest half-century in history, international norms for behaviour and peaceful coexistence were laid down in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the European Convention on Human Rights, more recently, the Universal Islamic Declaration of Human Rights, and other instruments which establish the individual dignity of every human being. We must not only live by those norms, but ensure that all are aware of their rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Just explaining these to people who are unaware of them and are oppressed can bring some comfort. As part authors of many of these, in the UK, we have an especial responsibility to uphold them. We cannot do that on our own, but must seek alliances of the willing in this multipolar world. As I mentioned, our Prime Minister has recently rejected the idea that we might have to choose between our relationship with America and our continental neighbours, but that we need both. Well, I hope he's right, but any such principle should not deter us from speaking out in support of those freedoms where they are threatened or ignored, wherever that may be. Now, these tenets that I've just mentioned should also guide us in UPF. Our historic knowledge and involvement in so many parts of the world, our own multicultural, multilingual and multi-religious society, often drawn from those parts of former empire, enable us to act as broker in areas where others might justifiably fear to tread, especially where we have had historic involvement, which means a great deal of the world. This is fundamental to our charitable objects, to seek peaceful solutions in cases of conflict, both domestically and overseas. We can bring people together with them knowing that we have some understanding of their position. We can and should exemplify that through a sense of fair play and of assisting those in need, which have personified the nobler aims of that involvement rather than the baser ones of exploitation and self-enrichment. The British journey through global history has been tortuous and at times very disruptive. But in these days, when we acknowledge the evil of slavery and question the many areas of our heritage which benefited financially from that abomination, we should also recognise the pivotal role played by the pioneers and legislators who were in the vanguard of abolishing it as legitimate. Let us not cover ourselves too much in sackcloth and ashes and recrimination, but instead resolve to carry forward the concept of internationalism. That means not just helping the poorer parts of the world, but calling out modern slavery and condemning tyranny wherever it is found, rather than turning a blind eye. We know that migration is a feature of the modern world, and that merely pulling up the drawbridges of our border fortresses or seeking to stem the flow in the manner of King Canute will not resolve the matter, but that reducing conflict and corruption, improving living conditions and the standard of living and job opportunities in those countries which generate the flight of their people will ensure that fewer wish to escape their present surroundings in the first place. In short, we need to break out of our narrow national parochialism and realise that humanity is one family under God, and that how we treat others different from ourselves is the true measure of our civilization. Thank you very much. Yes, of course.
Robin, I want to take a little time to give a chance people to ask questions for Keith or Ian Palmer Turner. If anything comes to your mind, and you want to ask, go ahead.
On at the back, yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Both of you really, you gave a very, very rich talks, which mind-blowing at certain stages, especially for me. I was privileged to get to know UPF long time ago, and I must admit they did stand by me in my voice for peace, Israeli-Palestinian. They were the first organization which really supported me and opened the door. And I would never forget that, and that's why I make sure to come, because I agree with everybody. Their message is so important, especially now. It's so important to galvanize within everybody. But I think it's about time to change this style. I think for UPF benefit as well as for us who support UPF values, I would like to see them addressing issues in particular, like for instance, women's rights. Not to make an event, and isolated, and then we move on. The conversation should carry on. Issues such as war and arms, things. Such as, yes, I know they promote peace and coexistence, but peace needs justice. Justice as a root for anything we want to address. For me personally, I agree with you, Keith, about the government and the colonial history and so on. But again, I cannot cut my umbilical cord with my home country. I am so grateful to be in this environment that allow me to become the woman I am today, where I have the freedom of speech. But the most unfortunate thing is that Britain have left us while it had responsibility under mandate to prepare the people for independence. They left us they donated my home country without preparing us, without.
Thank you.
You are the personification of what I want to see UPF achieve. What I believe in dialogue.
Yes.
And I'm a barrister by profession.
Yes, I
so
know.
By training, I have to put myself in the position of my opponent, because I need to know what those strengths and weaknesses are in the other's case before I know how to deal with it. So automatically, I'm trying to put myself in the position of somebody else to see where they're coming from and why they have those views and those beliefs. And it is only by dialogue that we can actually achieve some form of consensus, by acknowledging where the other person is coming from, why they're feeling in that way. And if I may just say about Palestine and Israel, there has to be an acknowledgement of the truth of history about this.
Which is happening now.
Yeah, there has to be the acknowledgement
from Jewish
that when
people.
the State of Israel was created, millions of Palestinians were displaced from their homelands and sent elsewhere. And that has built a sense of resentment about the fact that from 1948 on, they have never been allowed to return. The State of Israel, because of that, then feels embattled itself, and as you know, many of its Arab neighbours will not accept its existence as a de facto situation of sovereign state. So that is where the battle lines are drawn. But until we overcome what's happening there, in a vengeful way, where it's a bit like the IRA, and you kill one, we kill one, and it goes on like that. That sense of constantly retaliation, that is what's got to stop. There has to be a sitting down and understanding that in a settlement, both sides are going to lose something. But they will gain a greater whole by having the peace.
Allow me to say, this is where now there is an awakening, international awakening, even within the Jewish people themselves. And I believe that without that, I'm so happy with that. There are an organization at the moment, such as A Land for All, which I would love if I can see UPF supporting and opening the doors. It's the best settlement. Being of Palestinian origin is the best settlement for a future, for a peaceful future for both.
I see our role as being...
But I want Britain role.
Yeah.
I want to see British. I want to see British people.
We can hopefully have some measure of influence over our own government here. May not be very significant, but if more voices join that call, then maybe we can have some real influence. But I go back to the Middle East. At the end of the day, the only settlement is going to come by, I'm afraid, both sides feeling that they've lost something, but the greater whole will be the peace that will come as a result of that. And where I see UPF having a role is to actually bring those opposing voices together into the same room so everybody can actually hear the sides of the argument and begin to understand. And sadly, and I end on this in response to you, but sadly, the days of social media, now we are losing the art of discernment. We are losing the art of dialogue. We only listen to those media channels, particularly social media, which reinforce our own prejudices. We no longer want to hear the other point of view and to have to be challenged mentally as to where is some element of truth there. That's what we've got to regain. We've got to regain that ability to have our own views challenged.
Thank you, and I hope to see that too.
Thank you. Because it's too long, this talk. If it's not a statement, not a thing, just one question. No statement.
So, yeah, no statement, absolutely. Thank you very much for the presentation. And I would like to ask the gentleman for the media, can you see a future of independent media and where basically everyone can express their opinion? Because through COVID and a lot of different situations, one side was censored completely. And what also you suggest to people to do in order not to be one-sided? Because I speak to people, I do a lot of business networking, and it's insane, like they see just only one side and not the other one. And I don't even go into conversations because I know they listen to one side. So what do you suggest for that? And also if you see a future of media where they're honest and independent, truly independent, will be. Thank you.
That's a very big question.
Thank you.
One person can talk to the world. I do. One person can put out an opinion and change the world. I hope I do. So I think the reality is there an independence in media today? No, there's not. There's very few organizations. For example, I was one of the first journalists in Britain, broadcast in Britain, to actually work with the Islam channel and a Christian channel, and they crossed over messaging. And it was wonderful. It was wonderful. So basically, I suppose the way I work these days is if you have a message, start putting it out. Because from the very, very first time that you perhaps put a message out on Facebook or YouTube or whatever, you will start having an audience. One of my friends, she started doing a Facebook and YouTube site about 3 years ago now. And all she did was that she's a single mother. She used to wake up every morning, and whatever she felt like, no makeup, straight out of bed, whatever she felt like every morning, she would talk about. She now has 114,000 viewers regular across the world. So the best way of creating media attention is just talk from the heart.
Thank you.
Next questions is another time.
We'll have another block of questions in a few minutes. we wanted to talk about, review the activities and also the structure of UPF UK. So Mark and I have been working together many years. I think most people know. And just like David and Patricia in Birmingham, we've, I think, similar kind of times since the mid-90s, or we've been working in these kinds of activities. But there's been a lot of different progress. Oh, we're going the wrong way. Okay, that's better. There we go. So we've heard from Saima just earlier, but unfortunately Virendra Sharma, he couldn't make it today, I think because of the weather or something. He sent me a message earlier. But Dr. Yvonne Thompson and Duchess Yvonne El-Gamal of Lamberton, they've been great support, and we're really proud of them and very grateful for them as our patrons. We've also got a group of trustees. Stand up if you're a trustee. There's Tina over there.
Tina, stand up.
And David.
David
Earl, Dr. David Earl. Thank you. And downstairs on Zoom is Actor
yeah.
Donata. So we're very grateful for all the trustees who have been helping a lot.
Need more women.
Also, recently we made a more concerted effort to get chairs of every association. So please stand up, Costas from here in Sangeeta. So Costas is with Censor Business and Economics for Peace, and Sangeeta is helping with Arts and Culture for Peace. And you'll hear from them later on. Thank you for taking that role. We asked people to take a role like Dr. Azbal Ashraf, working with academics, and to organize 2 meetings during 2025, which epitomize the UPF position, and have a dialogue or create something useful from that position. You could, Keith is working with the Parliamentarians for Peace. So hoping this year we can create something about Ukraine and Hungary, talking about peace in that area of the world.
Also in London.
In London. We can get people from London to talk about that from their embassies or something else.
By the way, David and Patricia are also...
And David and Patricia from religions, religious leaders working for peace, peace and development.
That's another... Okay.
I didn't miss anyone. Here is not here today. Mark may be looking in on Zoom, but if he is also, he's working very hard with former heads of state, and a number of them actually end up here working with banking. So after they step down. So I'm going the wrong way. Okay. So how can you get involved? How can you be involved? And this is a page on our website. You can be a volunteer. You could be an intern. You could help with the fundraising campaign. We have several projects for Nigeria Character Education, for example. They've been accepted by the federal government. So there's a 2-year partnership to develop a curricula to roll it across Nigeria. It's accepted by most religions, I think, in Nigeria.
And to the ministry.
So they have a broad religious support.
As well as
and now the federal ministry have put it into the Federal Capital Territory in 20 schools as a pilot program to iron out the bugs in the curricula. Also, it's going to go into Imo State because the governor really likes it, and 2 other states are in line for it to come later. So that's really making progress, and we've been supporting their training of trainers, their workshops, which has been a great privilege.
But we need a lot more support, because you need thousands of people who are going to volunteer or learn to teach character education. Thousands.
So
it needs a lot of time and money.
there's a lot of support that they will need. So there are things that people can do to volunteer and help, different activities. One of the first programs we had this year was about Afghanistan.
Yeah.
And we made some very good friends through that meeting. But then this is our interfaith activity. I know in Birmingham you'll be hearing about it in a few minutes. But, we did some interfaith activity. Ernst, who you'll hear from later, he does a lot of posts on Facebook
for every religion,
supporting religious holidays and events, festivals during the year.
You'll get your answer, Ahlam. UPF UK is the most active in helping women. We don't just talk; we do the work as well. It's been a very, very impressive year, particularly because we have friends and patrons like Saima, the Duchess, Lorna, is always giving. Oh, sorry, I'm seeing it. Yeah, this is the last event that we went to, and it was the first time in the history of this elimination of violence against women that we had an all-man panel. That the Duchess and the Baroness actually asked the questions. She's strong. She really gives the right kind of thing. And the responses we got, we were amazed. One of them is here. Only you are here, Jean-Pierre. Pierre, was it? Henri Pierre. And I was completely surprised how these people were good. Also, yeah, Costa. But I chose those people. Yeah. So besides that, we did the big conference. Where is this? This is not. I don't understand. No. Well, in the beginning, in the end of last year, people said, "Why don't we have a group of women supporting women?" Then I started immediately in January, and every month, any number of people that want to come to sit, to listen, to communicate, and to also learn a little bit about, we can also have some expert teaching or showing things. And then the most important thing is their happiness to be together and to be able to express, to be able to be safe, to be able to know that we will not do anything wrong towards them. It will be always right. And then, what is that? Yeah. No, I was going to tell you later about what we've done all this year. We've had conferences. We've got many things for women that are. We're also thinking of a big. What is it, Robin? Something like a council. So to come together, the women, to do the right thing, for us to teach them to do the right thing, or other people. Anyway, we also have young achievers, and in this year we had such bad thing, that the time that we had the giving the awards, it was second July.
In Parliament for July 2nd.
And July 4th.
Do you remember what happened on July 4th?
It was the
sudden election.
Sudden election, and we could do nothing. We couldn't even see an MP because there's no MPs. They're just elections, etc. And afterwards, there is their kind of consultation they do, the three parties. So we couldn't do it. So all these young people still came here, did podcasting. The ones who have already young achievers did the podcasting, and then you will see a few of them later on, how interesting they are.
If you're a young achiever, could you stand up?
They're going to stand up again, yeah.
We'll hear from you. We'll hear from you later. But thank you.
They will hear from us. Yeah.
So we had 3 podcasts. And the idea of the podcast was actually a nominee for a Young Achiever Award would come onto this stage and be in front of an audience, be interviewed.
Yeah.
What was your passion? What were your obstacles?
Mm-hmm.
What did you accomplish? How did you overcome? These kinds of questions. But we did it 3 times during the year.
Yeah. And that's it, I think, for me. Is it?
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
Go ahead.
So also we did a number of environment events this year. Who's protecting our planet, and we made some partnerships. One was with this group called Earth and I. They're based in America, but they have a lot of experts on their magazine and on their website. They have some very expert events. So we were supporting them, particularly they liked the fact that we had an online foundation, that we could help them to promote their work. We also worked together. Is that Otto?
Yeah.
Otto's standing up there.
Yeah.
So Canon Otto, he founded a group called Clean Cyclers. So it's a sustainability project. He's often going to different parts of the country and planting trees here and also in Nigeria. So he was talking about his work, and we also did a partnership with him. So this kind of activity will continue. And arts and culture, and Sangeeta there had a book launch. Her husband and her daughter, Rosalind, who's also here, showed their art. They exhibited their art. Here in this room, we had lines of art in the corridors, in the channels here.
Palette and Prose.
So this is the event, Palette and Prose. It was wonderful. We had 2 events about the Korean Peninsula, as Mike was saying in his video. This time we had, is it this one? I think one time we had the president of UPF International came on our webinar, which was Dr. Yang, which was quite amazing to see. But his passion is really, how can we bring peace to the Korean Peninsula?
Yeah.
So he wants to have a UPF International Summit in Pyongyang in 2027. This is a goal that he wants, but I don't know whether we'll be able to do it or not. We'll see. It's another event that we had. Again, Humphrey Hawksley is a very good moderator. We helped him to go to North Korea with the BBC in about, I think it was 1993 or 2, something around there. And he's remained a wonderful friend and supporter ever since.
Yes, Samuel.
And here was something we had, I think, 5 times this year. We've had a one-day seminar. In the sense, if you're a peace activist, what informs your activism? So we have a presentation in a one-day seminar called Your Principles of Peace. So Reverend Dr. David Hanna is often presenting the main presentations. Here is Dr. David Earl presenting. This is another one with David Hanna. We did 5 times this year. We at least want to do it 4 times each year. Peace Road. Who was on Peace Road? I think Simon was there. Ashley?
Minat, you were there.
Yes. It was great, but it was a bit like today. Strong wind, strong rain. So we ended up inside a Battle of Britain memorial place. You're taking photos and evading the rain. I told them, put down your umbrellas for 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, down. You take a photo and up. This is
But it was fun.
commemorating
It
the
was fun.
30 years of the Channel Tunnel, connecting continent with the UK. So Father Moon's anniversary of his ascension. International Day of Peace. Again, using also online fundraising. Ernst has been working with that. And Ernst Camigo, you'll hear from him later, but he's built up our Facebook. We now have about 140,000 followers. We want to get to 1 million. We want to really build this up. So
But we want some of the millions to come.
It's nothing like Ian with 1 billion. Nothing. But it's a step. It's a step. So next year, these are some of the events we'll be having. On January 25th, I know Sangeeta has organized the Art and Culture for Peace event, Art, Poetry and Music. We'll hear more about it later. And on March 11th, Kostas Kabalas is making a Flourishing Together, Redefining Prosperity through Holistic Workplace and Well-Being. So we look forward to that as well.
Very good, yeah.
You'll be talking about it later.
There are chairs here.
And in September is our 20th anniversary. So 20 years. So we have to do something special.
Yeah.
There we go. So, thank you very much.
What we would like to hear from you is you could really contribute even on the spot what we should do in the future, and they will be considered, very, very gratefully. Thank you.
So thank you very much.
What's now?
No, it's Birmingham.
Oh, Birmingham.
So we'd like to invite David and Patricia to come.
The time has come to the strong Birmingham.
Shall I introduce? Well, I've already introduced you. And
it's on this side. Can everyone hear? Okay. Yep. So I'll give a brief summary of our activities, and then we'll invite 2 or 3 of our friends who've journeyed down from Birmingham just to share a little bit from their perspective. Thank you to our previous 3 speakers. I think there was a good balance of idealism and realism from the 3 of you. Thank you very much for that. We need that, I feel. We try to get that balance in UPF. We have to keep our idealism alive, but deal with reality. You probably know the phrase, think global, act local, right? I like that phrase also. So I'll just go chronologically through the year, roughly. February, Interfaith Harmony Week that Robin just mentioned for the coming year. Then we had an event. This is our living room here. We've extended our house 7 times to try and cope with increasing numbers of people. And we like to meet in our home. Somehow there's something very warm and attractive about that. I think Abra and the others will attest to that. The gentleman on the left there, the front, is Dr. Bogle. He's the current chair of Birmingham's Council of Faiths. A very wonderful man. We were hoping he would come today, but it's his birthday, so that had priority. Patricia gets involved in this activity with this gentleman over here on the left in the middle, Dr. Peter Rooks. He's the secretary of the Birmingham Council of Faiths. He's an avid, works in healthcare for most of his life, but also he's an avid interfaith and scouting expert. So every year he has an event, Faiths for Fun, and invites young people from the Scouts and Guides and Brownies. And in small groups, they go to different tables and learn a little bit about our faiths in the Birmingham region, and just exposing them to some of the positive aspects of our faith traditions. So Patricia supports that. We do a little bit of education on a regular basis, again in our home. We've extended our kitchen 3 times to accommodate especially increasing number of ladies. And we cover different aspects of the principles of peace. This one was, where is peace? And we decided it starts here. Peace in myself, then in my family, my community, and hopefully out into the wider world. Two or three times a year we have an event at the Al-Mahdi Institute, which is a very forward-thinking academic institute from the Shia community in Birmingham. And if any of you have the possibility to encounter the director, he's called Sheikh Arif Abdul Hussein. Incredible guy. He gets some persecution from his own more conservative elements within Islam, but he's just ready to embrace the world, and he loves us to use their prayer hall for our interfaith activities, and we work in partnership with them. Quite amazing. And most people who come into this prayer hall feel welcomed. They feel warm. So it's just an amazing experience. We had about 120 people at that event. We just love using their place. And this was a very progressive, literally, iftar during Ramadan in Birmingham, the progressive synagogue where they opened their doors to Muslim brothers and sisters to break their fast in the evening. Can you imagine? In the current context of what's happening in the Middle East, to do that, and to provide food, a place to pray. Imam Prezada was there. It was just an amazing experience for those participating. We've tried to support Robin and Margaret and the events here 2 or 3 times a year, trekking down from Birmingham. And I'll just mention briefly, not this particular screen particularly, but anyway, last year my wife was fortunate to receive a Coronation Champions Award. There were 500 given out around the country from the King and the Queen for service to others, community service. That's not why I mentioned this, but we decided to write a reply to His Majesty later in the year, thanking him for this award, wishing him well with his health, but detailing all of our UPF and Women's Federation activities that we do locally and on the national level. And he wrote the most gracious of replies through his head of royal correspondence, thanking us. But in the last paragraph, the King has asked me to send his warmest wishes, good wishes to you and all those involved in your activities. So I would like to extend that to you also. Thank you. And I think we should pray for our King and Queen because he has that mind, mind that we were just talking about, that bigger mind that thinks about what is in everybody's best interest. That's a key tenet of UPF, mutual prosperity. What is mutual prosperity? My happiness and your happiness. As Keith was describing, how to resolve these conflicts, to think about the good of everybody, even if we have to make sacrifices on the personal level. This was I mentioned Akhtar here. She's on the right there. She's downstairs. We were invited to the induction ceremony of a new Dean of Solihull in the leafy suburbs of Birmingham. And Tony Rindle came up from Watford to take that role. We managed to meet the Bishop of Birmingham, Bishop Michael Volland. And when I heard him speak, I thought he's coming from Cambridge, so I hadn't actually met him before. Maybe he's an academic, but he gave a most inclusive presentation, both for Tony and the audience that was there. I was very impressed and moved by a person in that position. And then through that, Tony Rindle's wife invited Patricia to attend UN Day. Anybody know where Harpenden is? Anybody know where Luton is? It's near Luton. And Patricia was invited to speak about our peace activities for UN Day in Harpenden. And the Lady Mayor, Lord Mayor was there, a lovely lady, a very humble person. And it was a most wonderful experience to meet 50 or 60 really dedicated, mostly elderly people who've devoted their lives to the cause of the UN. Very moving. It was nice we could offer them something, I feel. Kuldip is here on the left. This was a visit of his spiritual leader, His Holiness Satguru Uday Singh Ji. And I put this partly because Kuldip is there on the left, but partly the gentleman with the orange headgear is our police crime commissioner in the West Midlands, Simon Foster. And we've had several conversations with him, and he has told us that he firmly believes that the rioting that took place in July, if you remember, that started to kick off in different places, Manchester and so on, didn't really take off in Liverpool, in Birmingham, his jurisdiction, because of all the work that's going on at the faith leaders level, at the community level, at the grassroots level. He really believed, and he was so grateful for these kind of efforts, that held things in check because of the relatively good relations we have between people through these kind of activities. I was very moved by him to hear that. Coming to a conclusion, this was a one-day seminar, educational seminar that Reverend Dr. David Hanna gave. We ordered food for 70 people and 150 turned up. But any Christians amongst you will be familiar with the parable of the feeding the 5,000. So many of our guests had brought food that was just enough to feed everybody. And we fundraised also there and several times during the year for Gaza and Lebanon. And we raised several £1,000s for incubators for premature babies in Gaza when the time is right, and for food relief and meals for people living on the streets of Lebanon. That's act local. Think global, act local. There were some good reflections from that, from Sheikh Nuru, particularly. Some of you will know him from Birmingham. Again, a very forward-thinking Ghanaian who learned his trade in Kenya and South Africa and now is expressing it in Birmingham. Very attractive person for young people. Amazing guy. October, a 3-day retreat. Some of you will know Cleve House. Wonderful with Christian ministers there. This was the launch of Interfaith Week in Birmingham with Councillor Nicky Brennan and the leader of the council, John Cotton. And finally, interfaith prayers were offered during Interfaith Week at a major Catholic church in the city centre of Birmingham. An interfaith walk that we went on in Solihull with the mayor over there in the middle. And she walked the whole route. She didn't just turn up for the photograph at the beginning. She walked the whole route for 2 hours with everybody. A wonderful lady. I think it's the first Muslim Lord Mayor in Solihull. And finally, our event not long ago at the Al Mahdi, to come back to that. Jatinda there is the former co-chair of the Interfaith Network that we hope the current government will resurrect in some form or other, because the previous government withdrew the funding, it collapsed. And we spoke about youth activities, our work in the Middle East. That behind me is our people distributing food to the people living on the streets of Lebanon currently through our fundraising efforts. And socializing a network at the end. This is our youngest participant there in the red suit. So that's just a little summary of our activities. So now I'd like to invite Imam Pirzada to come and share his thoughts with us. This is a copy of the letter from King Charles if you want to look at it afterwards to actually prove that it exists. So Imam Pirzada, I'll introduce him briefly. Sheikh Dr. Abdul Piraza, founder and chairman of Al-Shafi Pirzada Foundation. He works as a peace coordinator in various countries, including Africa, Russia, Ukraine. He is an imam and lecturer on peace and the writer of a book with the wonderful title, All Religions Want Peace. He works with young people, arranges seminar on youth peace activities. I could go on and on, but I'll offer him the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Mr. Robin and Margaret. It's for me a great honor that today I feel I am the member of the family of this organization. It is not just simple words. It is honestly, I feel very emotional now that I'm amongst you, that we are all here to deliver the peace and to help towards the peace. Yes, by religion I'm a Muslim, but you will shock if I tell you I'm the first one. My journey was started in 1989 from the University of Kabul. I'm the first one who arranged the Interfaith Commission in that time. And the Taliban at that time was completely in power because there was a transition when the Russian army was leaving, and there was completely school, colleges destroyed. We were like hanging like pendulum. The Islamic organization was thinking that we are communist, so kill them, which is a great jirga, it is called, a great meeting amongst the Kabyle. And my elder brother, Mr. Abdul Rab, who was the lecturer of the University of Kabul, he was martyred there in 1989. And then my father decided that, look, life is very short. Let me work towards this. So there was no chance for me to go anywhere. And I went to Russia with a lot of students. I don't know if any brother here from Afghanistan as well, so maybe they know this history. But a lot of students that time gone there. Because I was already the member of the medical college, so I got my exam and degree, medical and Doctor of Medicine, MD from the St. Petersburg University. But my ambitions was totally different. So same time why I'm sharing this, in the end you will understand. Beside my medical education, I wanted to be the part of the whole world peace, because I already felt that what is going on. So year 4th of medicine, I already got as well the admission in the St. Petersburg University for International Relations. And the same day, 2 days before, I was getting my MD, the same 2 days before, I got my international relations as well. But now let me tell, there was an earthquake in Yerevan, Armenia.
Yes.
If you remember.
I was there.
You were there. You from Armenia?
Our service.
Okay. The Russians was not allowing that time, and we were the first students group I made up to go there, and we said, doesn't matter, our degree will destroy it or not, we have to go and help them. Because the Russians have a different mentality. So we gone there, we spent 23 days, we built for them the houses, of the wooden houses, teach them, and was helping. And I spoke to my friends, the colleagues, that look, what they eat, we eat with them, where they sleep, we sleep with them. Let me show them we all one, not elite. So then, because of my linguistic help, we again make 8 people of the doctors group, one of the ophthalmologists, one of the great Dr. Alexandra, and she was a professor of the gynecology. We went to Bosnia, and we helped in Bosnia during the very strict time when there was only killings and all that. I was also participated in the negotiations during the Chechen war as well, because my ambition was totally different. And I have the whole file. You can see that I met His Excellency, Her Excellency Madeleine Albright. I met His Excellency President Bill Clinton as well. This is all here. You can, during the break, you can see that. I met Prime Minister of Malaysia because I went there for that meetings, and I begged them, please, Today I was listening from my respected elder sister about the Gaza and Palestine. We, as a Muslim, yes, we have a pain for Gaza and Palestine. And we all helping the Gaza for the charity helps. But why all the time we help as a charity, please? They are respected people. And I remember the sentence of the Chechen president. He spoke to the Malaysian Prime Minister that, sir, we don't need charity help. We need to stand on our own feet. Today, same problem again happening in Ukraine. What is the problem of the Ukraine? Is nothing. I spent the time in Ukraine. I have beautiful friends from Ukraine. They are such, I'm telling you honestly, because I spent the time there, such a beautiful people. The lovely people. Only, so these all wars is not, we gave them the name religious war, we gave the name of this war and that war, is all for the lands. It's for only for the supremacy, please. So, with the great respect to all the Muslims, I visited 9 times to Palestine, please, to Israel. I met a lot of people there. And people was asking me, and I said, yes, I have a Jew brothers as well, Jew friends as well. Because my religion telling me, وَقَالَتِ الْيَهُودُ لَيْسَ عَلَىٰ شَيْءٍ. There's a one side. The other side, my religion said to me as well, in the Quran Majid, Furqan Hamid, the saying of my Prophet, أَمَنْتُ بِاللَّهِ وَمَلَائِكَتِهِ وَكُتُبِ رُسُلِهِ الْمَوْتِ. So I have to. They are our brothers. So, respected brothers, who today give the weapons to Afghan groups? We never thought about that. Who today give the weapons to the Hezbollah, please? Who gave the weapons today to the Hamas, please? If we stop that, because we should be looking the both sides. I understand, you kill one, we kill 10. I understand that. But if the Hamas not destroyed, if the Hamas not send the rockets, I'm not talking behind or for any person. Can you tell me the truth, please, in the Tel Aviv, that these our Jew brothers and sister families can live peacefully? No. They also can't live as well. So why cannot make a bridge? And this bridge, trust me, brothers and sisters, you can make it, please. The non-governmental organizations, if we stand up with these organizations and we ask them, stop all type of war, stop all type of weapons, let we go, please, and with the dialogue. Only with the dialogue, please. These kind of seminars, trust me, please, can help a lot. I urge you today, brothers and sisters, please, my Allah says in Quran, killing of a one person, قَتَلَ النَّاسَ جَمِيعًا, it's the whole mankind. وَمَنْ أَحْيَاهَا فَكَنَّمَا أَحْيَا النَّاسَ جَمِيعًا. And if you save the one life, it means the whole mankind. That message Allah do not says to whom? To only the Muslims, to everyone, please. Let we stand up for the peace in the world. I urge you that all the religions are the same. If you take the history from Ibrahim alayhi salatu wasalam and Musa, a big age, a big life there, all the peace. Why the war was there? Between Musa and Isa, more than 1400 or 1500 years, 2000 years, also war. What for? Not for religion, please. From Isa to Muhammad sallam, over 570 years, there was war. It's not for religion, please. So why we should make the religion, please, our enemies? All the religion are one. All we go towards top. You can call Allah, you can God, you can God. So that's why when I came in, I said Sasri Akal and Namaste, Shalom. We have to be one, brothers. I will not take much time, please, but I say to you one thing, Mr. David, thank you so much, and Patricia, thank you so much, and Mr. Robin, that you gave me this platform to express this warm feelings towards all of you. And let's we start from today the new step. There's always light if we see after the end of the tunnel, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Imam. And our other speaker is Kuldeep Singh Ubi. He has a national position as National Director of the Namdari Sikhs in the UK, but he does a lot of work at street level, which I would commend to you. But one of his greatest achievements or assets, I would say, is living, if you go to his home, with 3 generations in the one house. And when you go in, you feel welcomed by all of them. So I'd like to invite Kuldeep just to share a few words with us. Kuldeep.
Good afternoon and Sasrikal. It's always a great pleasure to come here every year to actually be with like-minded individuals with the same thought process, and the way the program is structured. I really enjoy that because I always learn something and take it back with me. And David mentioned about my family. David and Patricia are role models in Birmingham for us. They only know that because they actually come to my house. And I don't know why they didn't show the picture, but at the mosque, they celebrated Ramadan. They broke one of the fasts in the evening there. And I was there, and it was so humbling to listen to them. They actually had been to the houses of families, Muslim families, to break their fast before that program, and then they all came back and had this event a few days later. So it was just amazing just to see some of the work that they've done and the inspiration that it gives. So I was, if you search my name on the internet, I'm not asking you, but if you do, there's a Ambassador of Peace Award 2009, Birmingham, Town Hall. Mr. Vastev Bumrah, late, he was a member of our community. Some of you remember him. He introduced me to UPF, and that picture's on there. And it's always a reminder. But that was my sort of introduction to interfaith. And I just want to show you some of the work that goes on. So our spiritual leader toured the UK last year. We had an interfaith event. That's been a series of 4. So we had a big one in India with many faith leaders, which you would probably never see them together, but they were there together on this platform. Then we had one in Melbourne. And the third one was here in Birmingham. And then we had one in October just now recently. I went to witness that, and that was at another level. You're talking nearly 100, 200,000 people at these interfaith conventions. So it's an amazing sort of feat on that. But in Birmingham, we had the director, Emma, from CBSO Birmingham Symphony Orchestra attend that particular event. She was so impressed. She went back to the CBSO, who are the orchestra who's trying to change their sort of view. Birmingham is a multicultural area, and the CBSO is predominantly Christian, white members. But she's changing that view. And she created a board, a community board. Been honored to sort of join that community board. This November, we had one of our first events, only last weekend actually it was called the Festival of Lights, where we had different communities all come in. We had the Canal Trust involved, the lights were on one of the canal boats, it came in, really caught attention, there was music there, and then we all met there. And one of the most important things in Sikhi, and one of the Sri Satguru Dev Singh Ji's message was that we do need to promote Guru Nanak Dev Ji's message, which is the first Sikh Guru. He didn't actually create Sikhism. There wasn't a religion. There was Islamic and Hindu traditions, as we call them now in India. And he the way he had dialogue with the empires, emperors, the Mughal Empire, the way he had with political, the way he had with religious, with children, with families, different caste creed. Very important base for Sikhi. And then after he had toured, 4 big Udasis, we call them, they resided back in, which is now in part of Pakistan, Kartarpur, which is a small town. He created that city to keep that legacy. So today we see Sikhism, Sikhi around the world. It's because he preserved that city. India and Pakistan don't really get on, we know that. But under his name, there's a corridor between India and Pakistan connecting Kartarpur to Punjab. So that still resonates today. But my point here is that just that interfaith dialogue has taken somewhere like the symphony orchestra to actually take heed of something just by attending an interfaith conference, to then go back and change their view and now have a board And in January, through music, Guru Nanak Dev Ji realized there's no barriers. We can all sing, there's no limitations, we can all get together. So the Sri Guru Granth Sahib is poetry, hymns written in different rags at different times of the day. And it's through music we all say, I can talk to you, you can talk back to me, somebody else will talk. And it just creates noise. But when we sit and we all sing, concentrate on one thing, the powerful message on that. So when somebody sings a hymn at the temple, we all sing together. But the power of that is very, very important. So through music, we are sort of promoting that inner peace, the peace between community itself and then now with wider communities. So that's a very big piece. So in January, we are doing an event there at the CBSO where, I don't know if you've been following the news, the Sikh instruments, the old Rubab, Dilrubab, which have been brought back into Sikhism, the Namdhari Sikhs had a big contribution towards that, is now been recognised for UCAS points. So you can get music level 6 and 7 by learning these string instruments and help children to go towards university. So we have a team coming from India, writing the syllabus, finaling it off, and then in January we'll be there at the CBSO showcasing that. So although we all come here today, we've all gathered here today, the important messages or some of the light bulb moments that come off from these events is absolutely amazing. So, big thank you to UPF to organising events like this and their continued programme throughout the year. Very important for all of us. So thank you very much and honoured to be here.
So thank you again, Imam. Thank you, Kuldeep. Just last remark is my wife does all the work and I talk about it. So I don't know if you saw on the UPF presentation of First Ladies, the very first picture that went up. Actually, Patricia was on that. She managed to sneak into the First Ladies meeting. So I'd just like to pay tribute to her as my First Lady. Thank you. But thank you all for coming. Thank you to Robin and Margaret for organising everything. And it's a pleasure to be here with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, David and Patricia. Some great work, great activity. It's wonderful to hear. And there's a lot more, I think, that we could hear. But I'd like to change tack a little bit. And we're going to hear from Acta. Acta Dinata is a trustee of UPF UK, and she's downstairs because she had a knee replacement, which anyone who has had that will. So she's being heroic, and it's the first time she's really come out to something. So we're honoured. But she's downstairs on my laptop, and she's just going to say something about the raffle. Can you? I think Raymond is putting her on. Modern day technology is amazing.
Is it good to go?
Yep, we can hear from you. Go ahead, Acta.
Oh, hello again. I'm sorry not to be up there with you for my lack of mobility. I have had, as Ravi mentioned, my very over. Or charitable organization whom rely on having enough funds to be able to help our community and people less fortunate whom need our help to be able to survive. Especially for organizations in voluntary sector who are doing different projects and have different activities to help other people of any kind of age, faith, religion, or color of skin, like we do in UFA. And we have to help our community and have several plans and projects to help younger, as well as it was mentioned earlier on, young achievers who are our future generation. For this, we need funds to exist and able to continue our mission and work and to plan different events of fundraising to make it possible. I'm not any way trying to insult your intelligence by saying this. A pound coin in our pocket or in our wallet is not making us rich or poor, but every single penny is crucial to be able to help others who really need some help. Finally, to those who already bought tickets, which they did generously earlier on and in the past as well, I just give you a reminder for people who haven't bought any tickets. I'm still here and I'm still sitting at the table with the tickets. Please come, be generous and buy some more tickets to make sure that we will reach our target. This was a plan of having a silent raffle, which we did from last year. The first 6 months went really, really well. We went over our target of 500. We did 530. And now we have reached up to 230. And today, so far, we have got over £100 as well. And we're trying to reach our target of 500. So I look forward to have some of you to depart with your money and support us and help us to reach our target. Thank you so much for your continued support. Appreciate it.
Right. Well, I hope that you've been inspired today by not just the speakers, but also by the activities that we do, both domestically and overseas. You've heard about character education in Nigeria. You've heard about all the wonderful work that David and Patricia are doing in Birmingham. And that's the way we reach out. That's the way we actually make friends. That's the way we establish ourselves and our influence. And that's what's so important. You know, one voice is just one voice, but collectively, we really, really can make a noise and be heard. And you've heard the plea about how we should be influencing our government here. They don't always do the right thing, whatever the political colour. And so we have a role to play. But all this activity, all these things need money. We can't do it on a shoestring. We are enormously indebted to people like Robin and Margaret, who, for frankly, a very, very small amount, achieve so much more than really their worth is so much greater than what they get paid for that. And then we have to rely on all these volunteers, wonderful people. Many of you are in the room, people who give their time and their effort freely because they believe in the cause. So we're now going to have an auction of some items, and I hope you are going to give really, really generously for this, because this is the way we can actually continue the work that you've heard about today and move on into 2025. So please, as Acta was saying, you know, £1 sitting in your pocket, what's it doing there? What's it doing there? It makes you feel good? You've got money in your wallet? But it's not doing any good. if it's given to UPF, and if you get something as a result of the auction, you've got a talisman. You've got something to be able to show people. People say, oh, look, that's wonderful. What is that? I got that from UPF, and I gave money to them. Maybe I should do the same as well. Anyway, I'm not a salesperson, but please do give as generously as you possibly can. We've got some wonderful, wonderful items here, really fantastic. We have quality merchandise. Actually, I think we've surpassed it this time. We've got some wonderful figurines. We've got 2 Royal Dalton figures. Robin's family worked extensively in Royal Dalton, and so these are sort of family heirlooms, which he's very generously donated. And actually, to have a piece of Royal Dalton, you've only got to look at the artistic expertise there. The beautiful casting of it, but also the intricate painting work and everything. That's a piece of beauty. Have that on your mantelpiece, and people will really, really admire it. But there are other things here as well. So let me start with this beautiful angel set, which is really, really lovely, and actually quite unique. I've never seen anything like this before. And when people come into your home and they see it on your mantelpiece, they'll say, what's that? You say, that I got from UPF. So, who's going to start me on this? Who'll start me? £5 for that. For what? £5, nothing. Yeah. £10? £10? We're going up in fives. 15. £15. Yes, thank you. Come on. It's worth much, much more for that, especially the stories you can tell about it. Right. Tina, you going up to 20? 20? 25. Thank you, Costa. 30. Advance on 30. 30, come on. It's worth £50, this really. Tina, 35. Come on, you shouldn't be doing this. You're a trustee. Come on, other people who are not. Right, 35 we've got from Tina. Come on, somebody, 40. Thank you. Any advance on 40? Right, that's wonderful. That's yours, £40. Thank you very much indeed. That's brilliant. So, Robin, are you going to take... Joyce. Oh, Joyce, the gentleman over at the end. There we are. Right, I'm now going to do these Royal Dalton figures, okay? This one, and they're all marked Royal Dalton, so you know it's a genuine article. This is called Buddy Pennyfarthing. Not sure, does it have a history? Who is Buddy Pennyfarthing? I don't know. But anyway, it's rather a fine piece. She's got a whole, I think they're balloons and a basket of flowers there. So she's a kind of Eliza Doolittle, selling flowers at Covent Garden. So, right, now, these are valuable, okay? These are valuable. And so, you're buying something that is of value. Who's going to start me? £10 for that. £10. £5. £5 at the back. Thank you. Right. Come on. It's worth infinitely more than that. £5. £10. £10. Yes. Thank you. 15. Thank you. Right. Somebody else. 20. 20. 25. 25. Come on. Keep the momentum going. Who's going to give me 30? 30 for this. 30. 30 at the back. 30, Simon. 35. Thank you. Over 35. Somebody come on. £40. £40 there. Thank you. Any advance on 40? Right, sir. Yours. £40. Thank you very much indeed. And this is a beautifully petite piece of Royal Dalton. Actually, I love this. I think this is really, really, really beautiful. The colours here are just exquisite. That beautiful sort of pink, and you can't see it from where you are, but I can see this really wonderful tone on the face, a little sort of slightly rouged cheeks and everything, a little bonnet. So this is something really nice which will fit anywhere, on your mantelpiece or in a bookshelf or something like that. Who's going to start me again? £5 for that. £5, thank you. £10, £10, £15, £15, £20, £20, £25, Simon, thank you. 30 £30, yes? £30, right. 35, Simon. 40, 45, 50, 55, 55, 60. Any advance on 60? 65, Sima. Any advance 65 from Sima? Going, gone. Sima, thank you very much indeed. 65 pounds. Now, we've got a ferocious animal here. You don't need to have security in your house. You don't need to have closed-circuit TV. You don't need to have all these doorbells where you can see who's calling on your door. Have this somewhere prominent and nobody will want to burgle your house. They'll say, right, if this person's got one of these, they might have a real one next door. Now this is a lovely, actually it's a beautiful piece of really heavy, good solid brass. You don't get that very often these days. That's good solid brass, beautiful tiger. And they're very, very unique, these. I hope and pray that the actual living tigers will outlast this one, but there we are, you don't know. But it's right, beautiful tiger. Who's going to give me £5 for a lovely tiger? 5, 10, 15, excellent. 20, 25, 30, 35, 30, you're at 35, right? You're at 35, 40, 45, any advance on 45, 50, 55, 60, advance on £60. Yours, sir. £60. One of our leaders. Thank you very much indeed. Costas. Yeah. Right now, gosh, we've got some bottles here. Now this is rather an interesting piece. This is beautifully boxed. It's a photo album. So if you look here, you'll see, look, you've got a place where you can put all your photographs. All those happy memories of your time at UPF. all the photographs of your friends, your UPF people and everything like that. I don't know what it's made of, but it's actually rather fine material. But the nice thing about it comes in this great presentation box. Yeah. So when you show people your photographs, they will actually admire not only the photographs and you in it, but they will admire the photograph album as well. So again, who's going to start me? £5 for that. £5, yes, thank you. 5, 10, £10, 15, £15. Any advance on 15? 20, £20 at the back. 25, 25. Any advance on 25? 30, Sima. Advance on 30. Advance on 30, 35. Thank you. Any advance on 35? 35 going once. 35 going twice. Any advance on 35? 40, 40, 45, 45. Any advance on 45? 45 going once, going twice, 45, sir. Thank you very much indeed. Right. Now, gosh, what have we got here, Robin? Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, God. Oh, that's beautiful. Right. Let's have a look at that. This is a very fine piece indeed, which you can either hang up or you can stand up like that. And it is a beautiful, it's a porcelain bird, yes? Well, I can tell you, it's exquisitely decorated. And it's got some little gilt in it as well. It's obviously been extremely carefully hand painted. And it's so unique. Again, put this on your wall, anybody coming in to visit you, and say, oh, what's that? It says, UPF, UPF. Suddenly you've got another volunteer, you've got another person wanting to be part of UPF. So I think it's wonderful. I mean, you can't get that anywhere else. I mean, you know, this is a unique piece, absolutely unique. And it comes in a very nice presentation box as well. Right, £5, £5. Really, really cheap. £5 at the back, thank you. Advance on 5. 5. 10. Thank you, Simon. Advance on 10. 10. Did I see? Oh, yes, thank you, sorry. So it's the lights. Right. 15. Advance on 15. It's a beautiful. 20 at the back. 20. Come on, this is actually a really lovely piece. 25. It's a lovely piece. 25. 30 at the back. 30 at the back. Come on, keep the moment. 35. Thank you. 35. 40. Come on. It's going to go. You'll lose it, sir. 45. 45. Somebody. 45. 45, Simon. Okay, thank you. 50 at the back. 50. Come on, you can't let anybody have this for £50. This is beautiful. This is giving it away. It's lovely. Any advance on 50? 55. Come on, you can afford the extra five. 60. Any advance on 60 on this? Going once. Going twice, 65, Simon. You can afford 70, sir. I know. £70 at the back. £70.
Which one?
Right, £70 at the back.
Going
once, going twice. I think you've earned it. Going third time, £70. Thank you very much indeed. Right at the back. Right. I'll tell you a little story which is really rather embarrassing. When I was a Member of Parliament, we had a coffee morning in one of our supporters' houses, and they were a collector of beautiful china. And we had a raffle, and they put the raffle prizes out on the table. And I kept on giving the raffle prizes out until the table was clear. What I didn't realise is the table also contained some of their priceless Meissen porcelain, which I'd just given away. So it was rather embarrassing. So I hope we're not going to do that here. Now this is fascinating. This is a globe, and it goes round. You hope it still does in reality. But it's actually, it's beautifully engraved. It's got the names of countries, and this is not an old colonial globe, this is actually quite a modern one. So I can't see any of the countries that are not actually there today. And you know how countries change their names and everything. But it's rather beautiful. It's beautifully inlaid, and it's got lots of different colours.
Yeah.
So, if you've got anybody who wants to know where they've been, or where you've been, or anything like that, this is a wonderful pictorial way of doing it. But actually, this is a nice piece to have on your table.
Yes.
This is actually really, really very smart. And again, it's unique. I've not seen one of these before. And so, really, this is something to have. I don't know, where's it come from, Robert? Do we know?
I don't know.
Well, that's good, because it means, in all honesty, you can say, I got this unique piece made specially for me by an artist in Samarkand. But you can tell your own story about this when you've got it home, and you won't be telling a fib because you don't know really where it was from at all. So, right, come on, this is worth more than £10 for that. Oh, God. Right, I'm going to start at 20 pounds, 20 pounds here, 25, 30, 35, come on, 40 at the back, 45, 50. Oh, it's actually worth 55, Simon. Right, come on, this is worth much more. 60, 65 in the front, 65 in the front. Come on, don't let him, we know him, don't let him have it. 65 at the front, advance on 65, advance on 70. 75. Come on, he's pushing. Come on, somebody else. 80, Simon. 85. Are you going to let him have it for 85? 90. 100, right. 110. I'm going up in tens now. 110. Right. Come on now. 120. This man is pushing his luck. Don't let him have it. Come on, 120. Right, Simon. 130. Come on. With This is worth a lot more than that, and it's a really nice 140, 150, 150. Against you, 150 behind you. 160, 160, 160. Any advance on 160? 160. Well done. You deserve it. You worked hard for it. Thank you very much. Now, finally...
I will take from your hand.
There you go. Very good. Well done. Champion.
UPF.
Yeah, UPF.
It's not for me. It's not for my house. It's for UPF.
UPF. Brilliant. Well done. Thanks very much. Thank you. Well done. Right, now we've got some... Finally, we've got some bottles. This is Terre du Midi Rouge, so this I reckon is Languedoc or something like that. Let's have a look, see where it is. It's right. This is very good with lamb, vegetables, grilled vegetables and cheeses. Annual fromage légumes grillés. So there we are.
We cannot give too many people here.
Right, now, inflation means wine is quite expensive these days. If you got this for £5, you wouldn't get it in Tesco's for £5. So £5 for the bottle. £5. £5 there. £10, £10, £15, thank you. Thank you. £20. You're now actually, I think, donating, I don't think it's worth £20, but you're donating to UPF, but that's very worthwhile, thank you. £20, £20, come on, somebody, remember this is for UPF funds.
Okay.
£20, right, £20 over there. Thank you very much indeed. This is Sauvignon Blanc, very popular grape, okay, Isla Negra, and it's Pedro Jimenez. Right, it's right. Isla Negra is a seaside village famous for the artists and writers who come to be inspired by the coast and the mystical landscape. You drink a glass of this and you are transported. You are transported to this seaside resort with the wonderful light and the painters. Picture it. You sit at your home on a cold, miserable, wet British autumn day, and you are suddenly with a glass of this in your hand. You are there in the sunshine, surrounded by the artists and the light. Right, £5. £5. £5 there. Advance on £5. £10 at the back. £10 at the back. Yes, you, madam. £10 at the back. Thank you. Yeah. Advance on 10. 15. 15. 20 at the back. 20 at the back. 25. Simon. 25. Who's going to give me 30? 30 at the back. Lovely. I'm going to sell it at 30. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. There we are. And we are down to the last one, I think I'm right in saying. Yep, the last one. And this, now, this is my favourite grape, Grenache and Syrah. It's a mixture of Grenache and Syrah. So it's a beautiful wine, this, because it's got those two wonderful grapes in it. And it is from Languedoc, from the south of France, okay? So you will be imbibing all the sunshine. Think of Cannes, think of the festival, think of all the celebrities down there, think of the Camargue, the white horses, think of the mosquitoes, think of all that, and you drink this and you are suddenly transported to Languedoc and all the beautiful things.
You're in the lavender field.
Absolutely. The smell, and as you fight off the mosquitoes, you actually, you just love the atmosphere. Right. £5. £5. Actually, beautiful bottle. £5, thank you. £5, advance on £5. £5. Come on, actually, you wouldn't buy this in the supermarket for £5. Yeah, £10 at the back, thank you. £10. Advance on £10. £15. £15. Beautiful drink. Very nice, lovely. You can even share it if you wanted to with your friends. But I'd advise not. I'd actually advise drinking the whole bottle. Right, I've got £15 here, £15. £20, Simon. £20, 25. Come on, somebody give me 25. £25. £25 for a beautiful drink, which at £25 you would want to drink it all yourself, not give it, not give any to your friends. Okay. 25, Simon. 25. Right, 30. I'm going to let you have it for 30, sir. £30. Thank you all very, very much indeed. That's brilliant.
Oh, Keith, could you come up here again, please? That one's for Ashley? Yeah. Okay. Watch out, Margaret. Oh, he's moving the table quickly. I think we're receiving something.
Yes, come. Hello, good evening. This is Aurangzeb Akbar, Peace Ambassador for UPF from long time. So this is my family. So this is also, going to end of this year. So one of our, in future, Ambassador for Peace, Mr. Chaudhry Azam Bullar, he recently came from all over the way from the Pakistan here, and he wanted to join our UPF family. But somehow he got a little emergency, he went back. So he brought some of special gifts for our respected Robin Marsh and Mr. Keith Best. And always I say that great Margaret. So let me, this is not for the, charity, and this is not for the...
Margaret. Oh, wow. Qu'est-ce que c'est ça? This is real. Ooh la la.
Gosh, that's wonderful.
So, this is the shawl.
For me?
Yes, for you.
Oh, that's lovely.
Somebody take photo.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, you're doing this one.
Who's doing it?
Yeah. Just 1 second. Well, you look so beautiful.
Thank you. But did that man not come?
Yeah, because he went back. And secondly,
Okay. Ready?
Just a minute.
They're all around there.
Come on.
No, around the other man. The other taker. Wow, that looks gorgeous.
This is for Mr. Keith.
Oh, wonderful.
Yay.
Oh, lovely. Oh,
This is Kashmir.
oh God, that's the right colour. Look.
Yeah, it comes from
Oh, black. That's wonderful.
And this very light color for the very light person.
He's never gets,
This is from
never
Kashmir.
puts weight on.
Kashmir, original. Yeah, handmade.
And
It's from Chaudhry Azam Bullar from the Sialkot, Pakistan.
One more photograph.
Okay, here we go.
Thank you.
Thank
very
you.
much.
That's
Thank
lovely.
you.
This is very meaningful to me because when I ran the Immigration Advisory Service, I opened an office in Mirpur. So I know Azad Kashmir
Mirpur.
very well.
Right.
Thank you.
Brilliant. That's lovely.
Thank you very much, everyone. There are refreshments outside, so let's please take a break, and we'll be back in 15 minutes. Okay, I'll be calling. But thank you very much for all your help and support. Thank you. So about 15:40. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, can you take your seats, please? Can you take your seats, please? Please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats, please. Lorna, you're next. Please take your seats. We're just about to begin. Thank you. Thank you. If we can all take a seat, please. Could Lorna come up? Come up. So, ladies and gentlemen, Keith did a great job with the fundraising. One time, again from my family background, we had a Robin Hood jug. If you know, Robin Hood was the person who steals from the rich and gives to the poor, right? So he got up in one of our fundraising events. He says, "Okay, you guys, you are rich. The people we want to help are poor. So we're going to rob from you." And he symbolizes this. Yes. So he can do it with a good conscience. So we are now going to hear from, since the women's empowerment area, there's been a group that Margaret and Lorna and Dr. Simon Nayaz and Duchess Nevin and a number of others started off kind of women supporting women, which has been meeting monthly. And there's been several other major events. And there's also a campaign to write letters to MPs and so on. And I'm sure there's more good things to happen next year. There is some more meetings planned. But first I wanted to invite Lorna. Lorna Mara is one of our amazing volunteers who's so consistently coming to the office and helps us incredibly. But she works as a brand consultant for Ribbia Consulting. And she loves this sense of a brand, the brand of the Ambassador for Peace. So recently she got a new title. She's the chair of Ambassadors for Peace, Development and Strategic Initiatives. So a very suiting title. So please welcome Lorna Mara. Thank you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Stand before you today. I'm really grateful for Margaret and Robin and for having given me this title and a job to do. Yeah. First, I'll say welcome to all of you, and I'll also like to, take this opportunity to thank you for your efforts, your commitments to the organization. Looking forward, just like Robin says, we have to evolve. So I have been pushing to make sure we change. Because if we look at the world around us, all of us have been awarded as ambassadors of peace. And it's for the great works that we do. So being awarded as an ambassador of peace is for us to stand up as role models for the wider community, and for the organization. I heard a lot earlier about dialogue, and how are we going to do it if we don't understand what we stand for? So one of the things that I'm looking forward to is for us to raise our commitment to the organization and to, uphold the award that we've been given. I mean, Robin knows my favorite word is rules of engagement. Yeah, because if we say we're ambassadors, what does that mean to each one of us? And unless we pull together collectively, because we've all got individual talents, that if we all pull together, we can make this business and we can make the world a better place. When we think of being called ambassadors of peace, that is a huge title, and I don't know how many of you recognize the title that you've been given. But we have to add value. If you were asked outside, you say, oh, I'm an ambassador of peace, and you've been asked, well, what do you do? Or what does that entail? Because I tend to push the organization a lot, and I do get people ask me, what does that mean? You should be able to explain, within what you do and what you stand for. So being here today is for me to also tell you that we have to be role models out there. If we talk about dialogue, it should be seen through us. I know I'm not perfect, but I've definitely calmed down in certain ways, because before I wouldn't approach people and just talk, but now, since I met Margaret, I keep saying I've become a talkative. And sometimes it works because there's people around the world who are lonely, who are going through stuff, and being able to talk to people, you get to see the world in a different light. We've all grown up with certain beliefs, certain things that we've been taught. But one of the things that I've learned through this organization is being able to see a difference from everybody, and that also makes me a better person because we can also promote each other. It's like I said to Robin, I'm Christian, but I mix with a lot of people. I learn different things, and I'm able to take that forward in telling people that, oh no, this is different. This is how they approach. At the end of it, we're all humans. So that's what we need to uphold. Yes, we're going to evolve because we need to revamp this organization. I mean, people are talking about us being active in different spheres, but we can only do that if you guys help us and we all pull together to make a difference. If we don't understand something, we learn from each other. And that's how we move forward, or we're going to take the organization forward. There's a lot of things to be done, but we also need resources to do that. It's amazing when we started the women's group and how many people came forward with so much talent. And we're thinking, well, where were these people all this time where we can all pull together to make a difference? So we're looking for the same thing going forward. You have got an award there which says what kind of an individual you are. Let's move it forward. We're going to hand out leaflet. We've got, what's it called now? Sorry. We've got sheets that we're going to hand out. And it's not a school, but it's for you to write down what your talents are, how you can get involved in the organization, and how you can help us push things forward. And I think by doing that, we would raise the status of Universal Peace Federation. We will make difference in the community, because same thing like we're doing with the women, where we're also approaching parliamentarians to have a policy change. We cannot do it on our own. We need your support. It's all about helping people in what we do. And I'm here pleading to you to say, let's raise our commitment to the organization. It's also about enhancing what you guys do individually. Because before we were all awarded, we all had to put in a bio to say what we do. So this only adds to the value of what you do. So when we give out these forms, please fill it in. It's just to say what your talents are. And it helps us also to help people that have been nominated as chairs to also push certain agendas forward. So there's no favoritism. It's just how you can help. And also, as we need to raise funds, we also need your support. it's not it's just a donation which comes with the Ambassadors of Peace. It's to help us do more. So it's not that we're charging you for the award, but it's just help us to make a difference. So part of my new role, I'll be reaching out to everybody to say, you know, what can we do individually? If there's something you think we can do to make a difference, please get in touch so that we can all make this world a better place to live, and we can also represent the UPF in all that it does and what it stands for. And thank you very much. Thank you.
Hello, I am a woman, so I care for women. So I'm going to call this, I want to make you understand a little bit through our colleagues what is women supporting women means. And I've chosen 3 people. It just by my intuition. And yet, suddenly I found there are 2 of them that have PhDs. I didn't know. Did you know? It's so interesting to find things like that. And then the 3rd person is a great person of entrepreneurship, etc. So I want to invite the 3 of these lovely ladies. Number 1 is BC. Where is BC? Dr. BC. Number 2 is Michela, Dr. Michela. I want to say the other name. Leocadi. And number 3 is Alicia. And what was it? Nicole. Yeah. So if you come this way, I think we will start. We will start by asking the person what do you like about women only or women supporting women thing, so that they can give you why they come. She's the number 1 comer every time almost. Please, can you start? BC?
Thank you. Thank you. I came in here in January as the first time. Okay.
How shall we do it? You can stay here, and I can stay here.
Yeah, the first time I came here, I didn't even know I was coming to meet something that's going to change my life and going to help me in the predicament that I was. I was going through domestic abuse, and I was in a refuge when I started coming here, and I was completely downtrodden. And that day, a friend of mine, she's in the crowd, called me and said, oh, can you come to this women-only meeting at Lancaster Gate? And I said, well, nothing ventured, nothing lost. So I came. But when I got here, and they started, to start with, the calibers of women that I saw, and the warmth, the togetherness, the peace, the safe place. You know, it was a place where you can talk, you can share your innermost feeling, and you are protected. I didn't feel that in a long time. Having gone through the battery of my relationship breakdown and everything that happened after that, even though, and I thank Margaret, I call her Big Sis. I cannot even call her Margaret, because in my culture, we don't call people who are older than us by their first name. You know, so even when I speak to her, I say big auntie, big sister. I do all that. So I thank God that I came here, and then we started sharing our stories, and I volunteered to share my story, which was very, very different, yet the same thing, if you know what I mean. And then I met Michela, and I found out that we were in the same kind of field, and we clicked straight away. And then I met Nicole. You know, I've met so many people, and I personally have been following some of the ladies here. I'm following Dr. Sangita and Dr. Saima. I've been following them on LinkedIn, and we have become like a family. We now have a platform where we also, which is WhatsApp group, basically, which I find very, even safer than any other place. So I'm so grateful for the UFP. I've heard of them before, but I never knew, UPF, sorry, I never knew that they were making such an impact. I thank God that I met them. And then I met the gentleman who is always present every meeting, you know, and I'm like, but it's for women, so what's he doing? You know, I thank
he's
Robin.
downstairs.
Yes, I thought he's always there to welcome us every time we come here. So I thank Robin for giving us that backbone. And I would like to encourage us, to, if you know anyone going through anything that's troubling them, and they're women, we would like them to join us, because we've all been helping one another. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I forgot to say that when these ladies came, I didn't know who is who, but I treated them just the same. But amongst us, there were so many dignitaries, like Saima, like the Bataches, like the Shukriya Barakzai, and it's not that one is like this, one is like that. We are helping each other, you know. And then I started learning things at this age of mine, you know. It was very rewarding for me as well. Sorry, I did say that before. Now we have Michela. She's lovely.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Margaret, for the introduction. I first came to Women Supporting Women because I was invited by a friend, and I didn't know what to expect, but when I came into the room, it was actually a full room of women talking about domestic violence, and I was really, really impressed because I never experienced domestic violence in my life, but I was so inspired by how these women went through what they were living, and also how there was a network supporting them. And what really shocked me was how these women were not maybe disclosing this with their family or their friends, but they were talking about this with with a room full of strangers. And so that's how I thought, maybe there are women out there that need some support, some help, but they don't ask for it. So that's why I try also to invite my friends to come to this group. And in the next meetings, we started talking about different topics, for example, resilience, self-love, and every time there were also new faces coming up, and I think now we have such a very nice group that meet every month, and we all share our own experiences.
She has brought us many, the most number of people. I mean, they come, they don't come, it doesn't matter. But she always says, please come, you can get something from it. There is Julie Dyer here, but she was away, and she was in Nigeria. Then you're still coming, huh? Thank you. Now, you finished, darling?
Yeah.
Yeah. Please come here in the middle there. Alicia, Nicole, I think with my physical presence and eyes, I see she always wants to help people. She takes something. No, Margaret, you sit. You know, she's lovely, and she's got a lot of love for others. Please go.
So, hi, good evening. Thank you, Margaret, and Robin, and Lorna, and everyone of the UPF and Women's team. You are my family, as Doctor said. This is my safe space. So, good evening, everyone. And everyone that's here today in the room and online. Thank you for being here. Together we gather to celebrate and honor peace and to honor each other and to love on each other. And I give thanks for each and every one of us being here in good spirits and health, beautiful smiles, looking wonderful. And as part of my gratitude for this moment, this is a beautiful, glorious moment for all of us. I'd like Ray, you got that? You got cue the song. So part of my gratitude to us all and for the reason that we are all here. Thank you, God. Thank you, Jesus. Amen.
She's very eloquent. At this point, I would like to say that on the 16th of January, which is, I think, not Thursday, yes, Thursday, 16th of January, we're going to have a meeting here, women supporting women. But everybody is welcome, women. But we thought everybody is a woman. Everybody that's a woman is welcome. No, we have a men's group in mind. Yeah. Okay, you can come. I know. Yeah, and it could be just a nice experience for you, but because we can't do Christmas or festive season, I would say, that is so much work we have done this year that we cannot take anything more. So therefore, we only want to do meetings for the future. So that's why the ladies want to bring a plate of food of their country, or they've cooked it, or they bought it, or something. And then we will do a little bit of get together, and afterwards we'll talk about our plan. And singing and dancing. Okay. When I looked at their CV, I thought they really deserve Ambassador for Peace Award. This is amazing people, you know, that they are in another place, but they're going to come out of that place. She's not been there, but she also is so sympathetic towards everyone. So then I'll get again, the first person is Dr. Bisi Esurosel. Bisi is the chairperson of the Committee of Out-of-School Children, Education Beyond Borders at Community Empowerment and Support Initiatives, CESI, a mentor for another thing, and the founder of YA Naija. These are so many, I don't like these things because I don't know them. She's also a volunteer and co-founder of Afrocentric.org, a community service organization. Dr. Bisi started her sojourn into education and children services in the UK, where she was a teacher of maths and science in secondary education. She founded UK Childcare and Early Learning Group, which won several awards, including the NOF, National Lottery Fund, to support her childcare initiative. Bisi is a former member of the Harrow Early Years Childcare and Development Practitioner Committee and the Windsor Fellowship, which supports young talented students and Black minority communities. Bisi earned recognition from the British government in March 2001 for excellence in childcare and education. She was invited to Downing Street for dinner with then Prime Minister Tony Blair and his wife Cherie Blair in March. So, Sir, I want to get Keith's on.
Sure. Maybe, can we just move over slightly?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why.
Later you can move on. And the second person is Michela Liocadi. And she's given me very short. She's a research fellow and psychologist at University College London and Queen Square Institute of Neurology, advocate for human and women rights, and currently dedicated to ensure equality in access to higher education. Okay.
Great.
And where is the other one? Sorry, I should do it here.
It's on the other side.
Okay. We can do the same. If you come this way
Well done.
for this
Fantastic.
for this lovely picture. Later on, you can go with your friends. Thank you.
Great.
And last but not least, Alicia Nicholson is an artist, master entrepreneur and activist. 25 years of championing huge networks of businesses and people in London and Jamaica. Currently, she has founded the JCI something and is working tirelessly hard in countless media projects and industries for numerous charities, groups, and individuals in need of help. Alicia's big network sees all the small and big names and notices everywhere. Alicia believes it is our essential duty as humans to care for each other. Amen.
Can I share my award with my...
Oh my God, yeah, he was going to say,
Yes.
I said,
Hi, everyone.
say something.
My sister is visiting from Canada, and I'd love to share my award with her. She's the strongest person I know.
Come on up if you want to get photo.
Thank you, Mark.
Come on. Don't cry. Don't cry. It's a joyful time.
Yeah. Can you move over? Can you move it? Well spoken. Well spoken.
Thanks,
You can say thank you. Actually, you can say thank you before you go, because you were going to say something. Okay. Yeah, please go quickly.
Short and sweet. Thank you, guys. Love you. Merry Christmas.
I'd like to say thank you to Robin and the trustees, chair of trustees. Thank you so much. Thank you, Margaret. This means a lot to me, and I'm going to put it to use, because when I started coming, I didn't know I was just coming, and I feel like crying. Thank you so much.
You deserve it. She had written such a nice piece that's what made me think they should say it.
Should I read it?
Yes, absolutely.
I have it on my phone, sorry.
Yeah, I've got it here as well.
So good evening, everyone. I'm deeply honored and humbled to receive this year's Ambassador for Peace Award from the Universal Peace Federation. And over the past year, I had the privilege of being part of the Women Supporting Women group, a remarkable network of women committed to uplifting and supporting one another in the fight against violence and inequality. Being one of the younger members in these monthly meetings has been both eye-opening and inspiring. Hearing the challenges faced by so many women has been heartbreaking, yet their resilience and strength have left an indelible mark to me. To me, this award is not a conclusion, but a beginning, a call to action as I continue to grow into adulthood and into my role as a global citizen. I dream of a world where wars are a thing of the past, where every individual enjoys equal rights and opportunities, and where women can walk freely and confidentially through the streets of our cities, find equitable access to jobs, and also be embraced as allies, not adversaries. I know this vision may be simple, but even the most complex realities begin with small, collective steps toward change. Together, if we unite our efforts, we can turn these aspirations into reality. As an ambassador for peace, I take this role as a profound responsibility, a pledge to champion equality, advocate for human rights, and lend my voice and actions to those in need every single day. Thank you, everyone, for this incredible.
Isn't she great?
Thank you very much, everyone.
Yeah. Now you know that there was. You go ahead. You go ahead. We have a man who's getting an award.
Okay.
Just one second before we do that. Councillor John Nottingham, I know you have to leave very, very soon, but you just have 1 minute about... He's come all the way from Yorkshire, and he does a lot of interfaith work and other activities in Yorkshire, but he needs to catch the train to go home. So,
thank you very much. Sorry, I've got to go, but dear peace ambassadors and friends of UPF, greetings from the north of England, not quite the north-south divide, with George Osborne and the Northern Powerhouse. There have been regular meetings at Sheffield, Manchester, organised by Peter Applerock of UPF. And a few years ago, I did a talk on climate change and the environment. Leeds Concord Interfaith is still very busy with regular speakers, annual peace services. Dr. Marcus Blaybrook spoke there a few years ago as president of the World Congress of Faiths, a good friend of UPF at the Peter Bell Memorial Lecture. We have had regular independent meetings in Dewsbury with a variety of speakers, including a Hindu deputy lieutenant on various interfaith matters with Interfaith Networking, Bishop Peter Atkinson, and Peter Applerock came and spoke at a few of these. Malcolm Spencer's wife spoke at the Hindu temple in Huddersfield on Diwali last year with the new MP Hupert. We are still very much involved with interfaith, raising deterrence. Some people are reading Father Moon's autobiography, A Global Citizen. We wish you well with unity and diversity. We eventually made it through lockdown with 1 or 2 casualties, notably Stuart Johnson and his wife from Sheffield who passed with COVID, and Mike Neville from Dewsbury. May their memory live on for good. Climate change is still with us, the cost of living crisis, labour movement striking for better conditions of pay and work, Ukraine and Middle East difficulties. Let's work for a two-state solution with detent, and secular materialism and hedonism is still popular, archbishops resigning, and American Christians warring after other gods with the American Christ. With reconstructionism, restoration and reality TV. With unity and diversity, let's work to make the world a better place to live in, regardless of faith, creed or background, or ideology, one of many ways to God, as Father Moon's legacy lives on. The Universal Peace Federation, or Kingdom of God, is progressing in West Yorkshire and the North, despite some persecution. Thank you very much. I'm going to
have a good journey.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, may we invite
Henri Pierre.
Henri Pierre Kubaka.
Henri Pierre. There we go. I'll get it.
Henri Pierre Kubaka was also in the, and our friend Kostas, they were on the panel of the men that were interviewed. And I was also very struck with Henri Pierre's
On November 27th.
27 in Last of Lords that we get a picture of. And he is one of those amazing men. Okay, Henri Pierre, as a trainer, I have taught classes on journalism, peace, conflict, and security to university students in Africa. I have trained journalists in conflict zones in Africa. I have trained reporters in Europe and the USA and Africa. I have trained radio management staff, reporters, and master's students at CESTI on conflict coverage. I have managed the US Department of State 3 years project in Africa on conflict resolution. Here is Mr.
Actually, I remember sometimes I called Henri Pierre on WhatsApp, and he could be anywhere in the world. But sometimes I called him, he was in the east of Congo, training young people how to be a journalist.
Amazing.
So there are, as you know, Congo, particularly East Congo, is a very lawless area, and there's a lot of jungle and a lot of fiefdoms of warlords with mineral rights, basically, that support them. So he's been training the young people to report on what they see and to report effectively so that it can get a wider audience, which I thought was quite amazing. So very much worthy of an ambassador for peace. Thank you. So please.
You spoke very well in the House of Lords.
I know, that's why I got there.
Thank you. Thank you.
Do you know Justin Mudakareza, who stood as a candidate in the... I know him very well. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, stood as a candidate in presidential election.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true, yeah.
Can I say a few words?
Yeah.
Thank you to Margaret. Thank you to Robin. And what he's saying about WhatsApp is true. Robin has this gift, this talent to find me in the most remote places. I don't know how he does. So it's quite an honor for me. This is just another way for them to pin me down and get me to work.
How does he know?
And get me to work more.
Yes.
And I just want to tell them in front of you that I'm ready for the challenge.
Yay.
And I also, if you wouldn't mind, also want to say thank you to Lorna,
Yes.
who keeps pushing my buttons. So I'm very well circled. I have nowhere else to go. And it's absolutely an absolute honor and pleasure to be with UPF. And yes, I'm ready to take up the challenge, and we'll take it much further. Thank you.
God bless.
Thank you. Thank you.
I only want to know, yeah, where are they? It is not? It's not? Okay. I'm still standing here because it's Young Achievers' turn. This is another platform we have, and we've got such lovely people in Young Achievers. But I've also chosen or told to maybe 3 or 4. If you could come, Memphis. He's from a kind of unusual background, in that he took not entrepreneurship. He took mentorship, apprenticeship, and he is now a great teacher of that for children. And number 2 is Minat. She's a university student, second year in Cambridge, and it is on history of politics. Number 2. Number 3, where's number 3? Oh, my dear friend Rosalind. She is an amazing person. She's both artist and scientist. And she's had her art shown here. And also, he's also very clever and good at science that she's doing in the University of Kent, University of Kent. And we have, I always take her for granted because she's just here for a lot. It's Nafisa Abdullahi. Yeah. Anyway, small words, but not as much as you want. No, 3 minutes more. Start with the Memphis.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, Margaret. Thank you, Robin. And thank you, UPF, for allowing me to be here today. I'll start with a small introduction about myself. So my name is Memphis Ayawade. As said before, I'm 22 years old. I'm an author, advisor, consultant, and a director. My social action work started when I was 17. I published my first book, and because I grew up in an underrepresented area, Croydon, if you know of it. It's a very high violence, high poverty area growing up. So seeing local residents and seeing people being affected allowed me to do my own work. I currently am in a position where I advise for CRCs, charities. I'm very fortunate enough to currently be working with like MOPAC, which is the Mayors and Police and the Crimes Unit. Specifically, they have a funding for London VRU, so I help advise the Mayor's Office around violence to reduction. Violence is very preventable, not inevitable. And as Margaret kindly said, I did apprenticeships, so I didn't go down the traditional route of university. I decided to do apprenticeships. And now what that means is I'm very fortunate where I get to go to schools. I'm already booked up for next year, but this year I've been so many different schools all over London, teaching kids their different pathways into being successful. Because even when I was doing an apprenticeship, I was working with a president of a large organization, and to show the kids they have the opportunity is amazing. And I really want to thank UPF for giving us the Young Achievers Award, because there's not many organizations that actually acknowledge the young achievers and what we are doing in the world. And I believe the key word, as was mentioned today for 2025, is VAUGS, violence against women and girls. I believe there's a statistic that says every 3 days, at least one woman is murdered by a man. And I believe it's up to us as men, young men, older generation men, to actually make a big difference in that. So everyone who's doing work for VAUG, highly commend it. UPF, highly commend. Everyone doing work to help the next generation, highly commend. And thank you again for this award, Robin, Margaret, and UPF.
I think he can come to our men's group, don't you think? You're a candidate. Yeah.
I'd love to. Thanks so
Yeah,
much.
no, because she always talked about women. You know? Please, Minat.
Hi, everyone. As you heard, I'm in my second year at the moment studying history and politics at Cambridge. And I've actually been just hearing about all of the different actions and things that have been happening that UPF has been doing. I think being in conversations and in lectures and studying politics, you really understand and realize the importance of peace. And that's the word that's within Universal Peace Federation. So I think that, first of all, I haven't come across in my studies a better organization at actually tackling that problem throughout the world and actually instilling peace in so many different areas. So that's the first thing that you understand and sort of realize slowly while studying politics. But I think the second thing you realize is actually how do you create peace? Because you realize there's so many different issues around the world that require your attention, and you just feel like your attention is split between so many of these different things, and that's only accelerated with social media and all of the things that we see. Really devastating, just really devastating situations happening around the world and things that people are experiencing. But I realized the best way for each of us to actually create that peace or contribute to that peace is reflecting on what's our talents, like what is my talent, what is my skill, what are my experiences that give me a bit of an edge in tackling this specific problem. And then if every single person reflects on that and then actually acts on it, that will lead to a cumulative change. So I thought about that, and what I spoke about in the Young Achievers podcast is about education, because I'd gone to state schools all my life, and then I got a bursary to go to a private school, and that experience, I'm going to say, changed my life, because I realized that actually it's not just academics. It's not just, getting the A star, getting the high grades. It's actually about connecting with people. How do you hold yourself? How do you understand different issues and then go on to tackle them? And that all goes down to individual people. How do you interact with them? How do you touch people, right? So that's what I spoke about, and I'm so grateful to have had an opportunity on the Young Achievers podcast to not only explore that and have a community actually of like-minded people, just some of which you can see on the stage today, but actually feel like I have a supportive community within the UPF to be able to realize that, to be able to actually achieve those things. And I just think as a young person within UPF, it's been so helpful to be able to, have have that platform to talk with other like-minded people. And I think that is the future. I think not only are you focusing right now of all of the different things that are happening that are really good, that we've seen in the video, but actually, what about the future? And I don't know how much longer I can call myself a young person. My brother who's in the room was like, "You're almost 20, you're old." And I was like, how am I old? But I think actually focusing on young people and who's going to go and then create that change, that really makes a difference. So I'm really grateful to receive this award. And yeah.
I think it was Auntie Margaret. Why do you care for us so much? Somebody was saying it was with you.
Well, maybe could have been.
But, also, yeah. Okay. Young Rosalind.
Actually written a few words, so let me just...
Young Achiever.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rosalind Singh, and it's an honour to be here today at the UPF Annual Peace Council. I'm incredibly grateful to UPF for recognising me as a Young Achiever Award recipient, and it's been such a privilege to be part of such an inspiring community. I am a biomedical engineering student, and I'm also an artist. While these two paths may seem worlds apart, they're really deeply connected in my life. My art has been showcased in Nepal, Qatar, and London, and it focuses on empowering women, an extension of my passion as a woman in STEM. Through my art, I aim to tell stories of resilience, strength, and hope, encouraging women to see themselves as powerful and limitless. Receiving the Young Achievers Award has not only been a moment of recognition, but also a reminder for the importance of platforms like UPF to celebrate people and bring people together in peace and unity. It's been wonderful to meet such like-minded people and hear from so many people here today as well, who share a vision for a better and more connected world. Looking ahead, I hope to contribute more to UPF's incredible work, whether it's supporting future young achievers or participating in initiatives for women or amplifying the voice of the next generation. I'm excited to give back to this community that has given me so much encouragement. Thank you again for this opportunity to share my journey, and I look forward to working together to make an even greater impact in the coming year. Thank you.
Last but not least.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Nafisa Abdullahi. I'm a model and the proud founder of the Ejura Charity Foundation, which I established in memory of my late parents. And through this foundation, I've been able to inspire young people to be a Nigerian diplomat, where I will be the voice of the voiceless and also advocate for youth empowerment. Thank you. I'm truly honored to UPF for amplifying young voices like mine and many young people, and also believing in youth contribution in society development. My team in Nigeria are tirelessly working on different charity initiatives while I'm here in the UK trying to expand our vision, because I believe charity has no boundaries, and my biggest dream is to put my charity on the global vision, on the global scale. Thank you so much to UPF. This means a whole lot to me. Margaret, I love you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. And come to the 16th with your goodies in your hand, or not. We can sort of can serve you. Thank you. We can. Oh. Aren't they lovely?
Thank you.
Aren't they lovely?
Great. Big round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. So, younger generation, we need, was it Dr. Bissy who was talking about succession planning? We need to incorporate young people. But there are good people in every generation, and they'll come to the fore. But these young achievers are definitely some of those great young people who give hope for the future. Another person who's helping us a lot is called Ernst Kamga. I mentioned him before. He helps us with the social media. We haven't quite got to Ian's level. we need a lot more time for that. But we are actually, through consistent effort, we are making development stride by stride, year by year. we will. And he's sent a video. He's living currently in Congo, so the internet is not so great. So he sent a video to tell us.
2024, a year of impact and progress for the universal peace.
No, it's a video. You said it was low resolution.
This was that one.
Okay. Okay, let's sort that one out. Just, Raymond, it's okay, I'll come to the back. I would like to invite Kostas Kapellas. Would you like to come up, please, and explain about your work with IAED and the events that you're going to hold? Sure. Thank you. I've already introduced you, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon to everyone. I didn't know I will speak today, but I'll just tell you what I'm planning to do, what's my background, and why I'm doing what I'm doing. I've been in the UK for 21 years. 27 years. I've been with my wife 21 years, and we have 2 kids, which is matching the values of the UPF about family. I do a lot of business networking with BNI for Business Networking International for 8 years, and I look after some chapters for growth, and they thought that is appropriate with the network that I have to bring businesses together. Now, I'm busy. Usually they say, if you have a task that needs to be done, give it to a busy person. So the reason why I'm doing that, I like to participate in life, and I found some commonalities with the country that I come from. I come from Greece originally. So we talk about global citizen. Socrates said, I'm not Greek, I'm a citizen of the world. He said, what is the best, the perfect man is all the human beings being together, put them together, because there's a collectiveness. And also what it struck me is, I see everything that's happening in life as a science. Okay, do I take the next step? Why the life gives me that opportunity. Margaret, she's very, very good. She gets what she wants. And I thought, I'm busy, do I need that all? But anyway, how I connect it is Great Alexander. He used the same, like Keith, you said, for the Great Britain. He respects all the religions, they have the trade, and then everyone flourish. So I see the same things happening here with the UPF. And I feel that I need to be here and contribute, learn, but always givers gain. And what is interesting, and I like nearly done to share that, is we need to follow our heart. Great Alexander, they said, oh, Great Alexander, he had the teacher Aristotle. So Aristotle taught him everything, correct? No, Aristotle told him that to treat the foreigners from other lands as barbarians. Doesn't mean barbarians like second class, but as non-Greeks. What did he do? He married his soldiers with the Persians and other people around there. So we listen to everyone, but we need to discern with our logic and with our heart. And the angle I'm looking to give, and I think this is very important, I work as a holistic health professional. Businesses, 60% of the businesses, they're going over 64, I think it is, in USA, they're going bankrupt because of health issues. They have insurances, but once you get into the system, that's it, it's game over. So I'm very keen to educate people that they need to put priority their health, because if their health is not good, the health of the business and of the family will not be good. So people, they ignore the big elephant in the room. And with the cooperation and the help of Robin, and thank you, Robin, we will organize a couple of events per year. You'll see me more often here. Thank you for the trust.
What you are.
Sorry?
What you are doing.
Here for the role, you mean? Well, I'm ambassador of peace, and for the new role, I'm the chair for the it's a long title, for the International Association for Peace and Economic Growth. But for me, the way I see it with my glasses is this needs to be done through personal and business health in order to have a sustainable growth and a happy world. If you cannot look after yourself and you have your own problems, how are you going to give to the rest? You need to give from the saucer, not from a nearly empty cup. Thank you.
So next I'd like to invite Dr. Sangeeta Shastra. She's a Nepali writer, poet, and scholar. Her short stories, poems, and articles have been published in numerous international journals and online platforms. You've been a guest editor at the Nepali Literature Month in 2019. You're also a communications officer for Feed the Minds. So she has an amazing ability to create titles, very pithy and catchy titles for things like Palette and Prose. I thought it was amazing for a book launch and exhibition of artwork. And a tapestry of voices. Was it? So she has a very creative mind for the use of the English language. So please welcome, she's become the chair of the International Association for Arts and Culture for Peace. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for this opportunity to serve as chair of the International Association of Arts and Culture for Peace at Universal Peace Federation UK. It's an honor to stand before you, united in our shared mission to harness the power of arts to promote peace, understanding, and harmony. My heartfelt gratitude to the UPF for entrusting me with this role, which I embrace with great enthusiasm and commitment. I was appointed as a chair at IAACP, International Association of Arts and Culture for Peace, in October, and last year in December, I was also awarded Ambassador for Peace. And I'm very much thankful to UPF, particularly Robin and Margaret, for giving me this platform. And also, I had my book short story collection launched here, and there were a series of book signings held in here. So that gave me much more encouragement to write further. And I'm working towards finalizing my novel, and I'm hoping to have this launch over here as well soon in 2025, hopefully. And apart from that, I'm also thankful to Ian as well, who was one of the speakers in my book launch. And he took me to his television show that goes to around 1 billion people. So he made me a star. So I'm really very much thankful. After Ian's show, the book has got lots of responses. And I was also been interviewed for many podcasts from Canada, USA. So it has been an amazing journey. And every week or so, like I'm having the book signing events, and I have to now wait for a minute. It's been 7-8 months, but 6-7 months now, but I have had over 12 book signings, 13 book signings. So in many organizations, I have been invited and doing the book signings, and there are a couple of coming as well. So I'm very much thankful for this platform. And today, as I have been appointed in October, so I've been given the responsibility as well. So I'm working towards having some cultural programs. Today, I'm delighted to announce our upcoming event. This is named as Canvas of Culture, a celebration of art, poetry, and music, which will take place on 25th of January. This event will highlight the profound ways in which arts connects and inspire us, transcending cultural and geographical boundaries. So in Voices of Canvas, we have 3 sections in this event on 25th January. So I'm inviting you all today. We'll be sending out the invitations later on, also posting on social media as well. But today I'm getting an opportunity to invite you. I was not very well, and I was not coming to the event, and I was planning to be appearing online, but I thought if I come personally, it will make a difference so that I can personally invite you all. So in this event on 25th, the first session in the Voice of Canvas, we will hear from 3 exceptional artists. There will be the a few of the artworks of the artists exhibited, and at the same time, the artists will be speaking as well. 3 artists, P. Singh, an international artist whose work beautifully embodies the richness of Nepali art and culture. Another artist is Amina Ansari, a Pakistani artist whose 2 paintings are part of a special collection at Windsor Castle, commemorating Her Majesty the Queen's Jubilee. And her work is a shining example of artistic brilliance and cultural diplomacy. And another artist is Roslyn Singh, who just spoke, the young achiever, who happens to be my daughter as well. Yeah, and Roslyn is a 20-year-old UPF young achiever whose artwork reflects a captivating blend of British and European influences, offering a glimpse into the next generation of creativity. And in our poetry session, we'll be moved by the voices of Saad Kareen, a poet, activist, and advocate, born and raised in Jerusalem, whose words capture the spirit of resilience and a deep commitment to justice and peace. And another poet is from Nepal, a poet whose works draw from the rich cultural heritage of his homeland. And another poet is Naima Mahjoor, who is a journalist and a fiction writer and poet from Pakistan, whose evocative verses resonate with themes of unity and shared humanity. So our celebration will culminate in a performance by outstanding Marisa Di Moro, an opera singer from Italy, whose voice transcends barriers and celebrates the universal language of music. So it's a culmination of different cultures from different countries. This event embodies the transformative power of arts in fostering dialogue, empathy, and peace. I warmly invite all of you to join us again. I'm inviting you once again. So my heartfelt thanks to UPF for this opportunity to contribute to such meaningful work. Together, let us continue to build bridges and promote harmony and peace through art. Thank you.
So UPF has branches around the world. One of our trustees is also the Secretary General for UPF in the Middle East. And he sent a video message. I think it would be very important, given a number of the points that have been discussed today, to hear what he has to say and what UPF is doing in the Middle East. So is that okay?
Well, good afternoon, and thank you very much for allowing me to join you in this way. It is a very wonderful thing that UPF has this annual Peace Council, and thank you, peacemakers, for being there today. Sorry I can't be with you, but I hope I can share something that's meaningful. To speak about the Middle East is difficult. We know our world faces polarization everywhere, but it is particularly acute in the Middle East. And we have seen the horror of the Israel-Palestine war, the Israel-Lebanon conflict. But our region also has conflict in Yemen, in Libya, the relics of conflict in Afghanistan, and conflict again in Syria, unfortunately. What can UPF do about all of this? The first thing is not take sides, not feed the extremes. Like a parent, we have to understand the pain of both sides, meet the moderates, strengthen the peacemakers, and strengthen the moderates. And even where UF does not have an office, you will find we have peace ambassadors, dedicated peacemakers. So let me show some examples from the last 2 years, and we'll move from there. Starting from February 2023, the earthquake in Turkey. As you know, it was a massive earthquake that affected Syria quite seriously. And our challenge was to get help into the various different areas. So we successfully brought aid into Turkey in several tranches, but actually this was the final result by September the construction of school classrooms that were very welcomed by the Director of Education of the city. In Syria, if you look at the blue circles there, you'll see Gaziantep is in Turkey, but Afrin is in the rebel or opposition part of Syria. Latakia is in government-held Syria, as is Aleppo, and Antakya is in Turkey. So these are all areas that were targeted by our help, which came from Lebanon, from Germany, from the UK. You'll see from many different places. And this is from WFWP Birmingham on Women's Day in that year, 2023, managing to gather help, which was channeled into northern Syria, which had far more deaths than government-held Syria as a result of the earthquake. And then UPF in France had a connection to this Syrian organization that was working in the north, and they helped us to move forward. We were also able to bring in help with the help of this Syrian peace ambassador, Rihab al-Bitar, from Lebanon after 1,000 government checks and customs checks, finally reaching Aleppo, actually in October of that year. In September, there was the earthquake in Morocco, and our peace ambassador, Hajiba Ayoubi, centered up our efforts there. We worked with the Association Anwar, a Moroccan charity, and especially Women's Federation helped together with UPF to bring in help there to a village in Morocco. 2 days later, there was the disaster in Libya when dams burst, and getting help into Libya was extremely complicated. Our local peace ambassadors advised against working with Western Libyan structures. We tried through a Russian peace ambassador to go through Eastern Libya, and in the end we decided that the most reliable way was to work with UPF UK and the British Red Cross. And here is their letter of thanks for the donations that we managed to get in there. This is 2024 in January. Thank you, Robin, for this wonderful event where we were able to bring together peacemakers from Afghanistan from different backgrounds. And this was a very successful step. There is ongoing effort in many areas to help with the future of Afghanistan. Already a long time before the war between Israel and Palestine, back in February 2023, we were meeting with the Palestinian leadership, the president's advisor, and on the right, the Minister of Health and the leadership of Project Cure to bring in aid, medical aid, into Palestine. So this was underway a long time before. We worked with Project Cure and set up a fundraiser, which is this one. And this was in response to a call, especially actually from Australian ambassadors for peace who wanted to get aid in. We managed to find a way to coordinate this. Because it went very slowly, we combined with Med Global. So our joint fundraiser is going to be able to move more quickly to bring substantial help into Palestine through the system set up by Project Cure. Because of the escalation of conflict in Lebanon, where UPF is on the ground, we've been able to bring in help to displaced families, which includes cooking meals, distributing it to people who are, as you can see, living in tents. So there's been quite a lot of good work done there on the ground by UPF Lebanon. In August, we put out a religious leaders call for peace, which was quite well received. These are just an example of some of the different charities and organizations that have worked with UPF to bring this kind of help in. And this is a magazine article with UPF's new magazine Connections, which focuses on the things I've just been talking about. If you haven't seen it, I recommend it. The second issue is already out and focuses on the United Nations. These are some activities of UPF chapters. On the left, UPF Turkey has now got a monthly forum, the next one of which will happen next week, and that'll be on the Alliance of Civilizations. On the right, the man in the blue hat is Rabbi Luft from Israel, and he's in Oman promoting interfaith dialogue, which I'm very happy to see. Here are two great peacemakers meeting with the Pope very recently, former Prime Minister Olmert of Israel and former Foreign Minister Al-Kidwa of Palestine are working hard to restart the vision of the two-state process for Israel and Palestine. And we believe it's very important to support such vision. Therefore, we're actually in negotiations with both of them at the moment for a webinar that we hope to hold later this month, promoting a future of peace for that area. This is a program that we are hoping to run together with Birmingham-based Saving Lives International in Jordan. The man on the right is a surgeon who's also with the Royal College of Surgeons in Edinburgh, which, as you can see, is one of the advisors of Saving Lives International. And we really hope to get a disaster medicine faculty set up in a Jordanian hospital. And this one is a program that we started back in 2022 called Bridging the Gulf. We were planning to bring together Palestinian and Israeli youth in the Emirates. We got on the right, we visited the Emirates and met with ministers from Israel and the Emirates together and got the basic green light for the project, but the wheels turned very slowly and we weren't able to get it off the ground before that war started. But now is the time to start reviving those kind of projects. We have funds collected for that purpose, which we're ready to channel in once we have the exact specific project ready to go. So we hope that'll happen in the second half of 2025. I'll finish here. Thank you for listening, and I wish you all the best for a great Peace Council.
Franca Obi to just share a few words. Mrs. Franca Obi, she's originally from the Biafra area, and she's a campaigner. She's looking for peace in her region of the world, yes. Are you okay?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, nice to be here today to share my joy and gratitude that the long-awaited Biafra declaration has been done, and we achieved it peacefully because Nigeria has gone through a very bitter civil war, which I was a child that time. And hopefully, I hope through peace and dialogue, this time we will achieve it. And being a member of this family, please, I want you to join me to recognize United States of Biafra that was declared this month in Finland, because we did a vote of confidence that we want to leave Nigeria. Now we are now a separate nation from Nigeria, the United States of Biafra, because Nigeria has always been a different three nations brought together, and we have never lived in peace. And ever since then, there has been marginalization of the Biafran people that has been causing wars and regional differences. But now, Biafran people has decided to get independence from Nigeria. And according to UN declaration, it will be a dialogue and peace between United Nations, Nigeria, and Biafra. So we will for the interests of peace, that I'm a member of this peace family. I want you to join me in recognition of the United States of Biafra. So thank you.
If you could talk afterwards, sorry.
I'd like to do a little rebuttal as a Nigerian, as somebody from whose ancestral home is the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Yes, we did have a bitter war, but I also stand here as a unifying ambassador of Nigeria and as a catalyst of cohesion, because I went to Federal Women Girls College, Owerri, one of the unity schools out of about 300 or about 150 now, built around the country. And this was after the Civil War to promote cohesion and to promote unity. I would be happy for Biafra if indeed they get what they want, but I just want to make it clear, and for the sake, for the avoidance of being misinformed, I'm not clear. I don't think, because I am social media, I'm quite into media words. I'm not really clear if they've received that go-ahead to divide the country. As far as I'm concerned, my ancestral country, Nigeria, because I'm British now and this is my home, my ancestral country is still one country. So please don't go anywhere and think that they're different. Yes, Biafra is agitating and they have a right to self
Could you come up, please? Could you come up? Okay.
Lovely. Who is moving in Finland? What's his name, please? Simon Ekpa. Back in Nigeria, he's wanted. He's a wanted man. So please, I just want to advise us not. Pray for Biafra. Support them if you want. They deserve what they want. I'm also from the southeastern part of the Niger, River Niger, but I am Ijo. I am not Igbo. I'm not southeast. I am now south-south, geopolitically. So please, because I'm also very aware, I just want us not to be confused. Nigeria is not as a
Please, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I think what we've just seen is actually UPF in action. No, I mean that seriously. We've seen two opposing views about issues, and it raises fundamental issues about, on one hand, the right of self-determination, on the other hand, the sovereignty of independent states recognized at the United Nations. And I have to say, going back to my theme in my few words, that a lot of these problems were created by colonialism, where countries were created with a conglomeration of different tribes and different peoples that had never really got on very well together in particular, but they were juxtaposed together. And particularly when the British left Africa, we left with countries' boundaries drawn upon lines of longitude and latitude that you can't even recognize on the ground. And I was saying to our friend earlier about my Tswana friends in Bophuthatswana, which was part of South Africa, a Bantustan, and so pointing out how north of the Malopo River, their compatriots had been part of a nation state recognized by the UN in Botswana for decades, whereas they, if they wanted to travel abroad, had to do it on a South African passport because they weren't into... Now, these are very, very complex issues, but they are the ones that we should embrace in looking at, hearing both sides of the argument and trying to find where there is a possible degree of reconciliation of that kind of conflict. So I'm actually delighted that we've had two different points of view here about Nigeria, because I think it exemplifies our capacity to listen to those points of view and actually hopefully help towards coming to some sort of resolution. Anyway. Right. Well, this is the silent raffle. Okay. So, do I understand this? This is the raffle in right. aid of UPF Federation Charities and Youth Project.
Alicia's sister, would you like to
Yes.
choose the first one? You're right at the front. You choose
Right,
the first one.
do people just choose what they want, do they?
Yes.
Right, okay.
So it's
271.
This is orange. I think they're all orange. Orange.
Is everybody here? Or people have gone.
Actually, they're not. We only can pull out 14 tickets.
Right. ACTA has got the ticket numbers against people's names when they bought tickets. So that will be somebody who's bought a ticket who, for whatever reason, has either had to leave early or not ever. So that's why we'll keep on drawing until all 14 of the prizes have gone.
We can only draw 14.
Yes, I know, but we need to make a note of who's got.
Okay, please.
Hang on, are you writing down, Lorna? Who's got what? Two. Yeah, but 271 is a. Hang on, we need
I've
to.
got it over there.
Yeah, but we need to put it against the
Yeah, this
prize.
is 487.
487.
Come on, choose one.
I was going to buy it.
Oh, but hang on a minute, aren't we, Robin? Aren't they? We going down the list?
No, they're choosing.
So what did?
So that's,
what was that? That
was
went.
2.
Yeah, what was it that went?
I'm not sure.
Oh dear. Right.
Oh, I was just going to count 14.
Okay, all right, yeah, fine, yeah. Yep.
So, Aurangzeb.
Lucky by my name. The 223.
223. 223. Again, absent, I think.
So that's number 3.
Right, yeah, that's number 3.
Maybe I could. If you just put 1,
271. What was the?
223.
223. What was the other one? 487. Yeah. Okay.
That one's been taken. Okay. Cool.
Well, I thought that we should be giving them against the items, but Robin's just letting them choose.
469.
469. So, Robin, they should go against the items.
It goes against each ticket is picked against the item. Because it's not the people who are.
I was just told to.
All right. Well, we'll have to do it this way, and then we'll have to keep those for the ones that are left. 469. Yeah. Yeah. Please do, Raymond. Yeah.
Lower number. 197.
197.
197. 197? No.
So how many is that we?
You've kept up, actually.
Yeah.
Next one. Who would like to pick one out? Go on, Dr. Pissy. Actually, we were just picking up 14 tickets, then they can choose. 356.
356.
356.
Who's next? Patricia, would you like to choose one?
How many have you got?
181.
181.
181. 181.
181.
No. Okay. Right.
Who's going next? Margaret.
Yes, I want to for the best woman.
198.
198.
198.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
No? No.
Have you got 8 there? 8? You should have 8.
Got 6. 6 have been unclaimed.
Oh, yeah, because 2 have been claimed, yeah. Yeah.
Alicia.
There is 356. There is 356.
Oh!
Do you mind picking up the ones after? Okay.
229.
229. 229.
Right.
Well, next one. Who would like to? Mark.
218. 218.
218.
Right.
So how many more do you have to?
How many have we got there?
We've got 2, 4, 6, 8.
8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
The
7,
14.
8. Okay. So, right, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more to draw. And
5 more.
yeah.
Who would like to come and choose one? Oh, okay. You need to do the next one.
Exactly. 143.
143.
Okay, would you like to?
Two, three, nine.
239. Yay!
Excellent.
No, I'm not warning. I want to pick up. The low numbers, yeah, so the big numbers now. Oh, sorry. I have to match this. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, one.
How many more do we have to do?
Oh, 152.
152.
152. 152.
How many have we got there now?
8, 11.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I reckon we've got 2 more. One more. One more, yeah, okay.
So maybe I think this is the last one. 247.
247.
No.
You should go again.
Actually, because there are people who've got.
Right, so the people who've won will have a pick of these, basically. Slightly bizarre. I don't really understand it myself, but
We'll work out. We will track down the people.
right. I got some bad news for you. No, it's good news really, because everything that we raise here goes to a very good cause and does some really, really good work. ACTA had set a target today of £500, okay, for the raffle. We've actually raised 350. So are we going to actually make ACTA's day, bearing in mind she just had a serious accident or replacement of her knee and everything, are we going to make a day by making up the difference? Are we? Yes! Great. Okay, so I want 15 people who are going to give £10. 15 people. Right. Okay. Are you going to do the tally?
Liz Joyce. Anna Rose, do you mind helping with this? 15 people to get £10.
Right. Have we got the card machine? Can we do it with the card machine? Yeah. Thank you all very much. That's very helpful. So how much have we got now?
How many?
80. Right. So we need another 7 people.
We want one.
We have someone online that wants to give £10.
Oh, great. Okay. Brilliant. Can you make a note, Raymond?
Yeah.
Yeah, lovely. Okay, so 6 more people. 6 more people to give £10. Oh, lovely. Thank you very much. There we are, at the back. Somebody at the back. Right, I think we've done it. Oh, brilliant. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, that will make Akhtar's day. That will make her day. Yeah. Right. Thank you all very much indeed. It's been wonderful.
Thank you. And who's had a wonderful day? Thank you. So we're so happy to have shared this day with you. We hope that you all have a safe journey home and keep up the great work. Thank you.
Question. Okay, let's have a picture quickly.
Oh.
Julie Dyer, can you please come?